hope everyone's having a good day. Welcome on in. I'm a bit earlier than I thought I'd be. I did say I was going to start in about an hour's time, but here we are. All of the stuff I needed to do was done earlier than I thought, which is not a bad thing at all. Not a bad thing. Means I can come here crafting. I'm sorry I couldn't stream yesterday. I really wanted to, but I had a migraine most of Sunday and then it wouldn't go away, so it's just one of those things, isn't it? It happens. I did do a little bit of stuff in my own time though, as you may have seen on Twitter. Also, I should just change the screen because I'm going to stay on this screen forever otherwise. There we go. Hi, hope everyone's having a good day. So yesterday I worked a little bit on getting the rest of the armor pieces done. I have printed every single armor piece now for this costume. Done. All armor pieces printed. Doesn't mean necessarily that we won't do any more printing on the embroidery machine, although it does somewhat depend on whether or not we decide to do the cape. But as far as the armor pieces go, like all the pieces like this, they're all printed. Every single one printed. A lot of them still need beading and some of them even need to be sewn together. But they are done. No more printing. I think my embroidery machine will be happy with that, to be fair, because it's been working really, really hard. But yeah, today I figured we'd do some chill work. I don't really want to use my sewing machine today, so I think we'll predominantly be doing more stuff like what we were finishing last week on. So, let me show you a few things that I've managed to do. We did these last week, but I have now beaded both of them. So they've got the extra pieces on both sides and they're beaded and sequined. So these pieces are done. I've also been starting the smaller ones that hang in front of them. So I've only sequined these, but I've sequined 6 of them and we've got 6 more to go. They're actually a lot quicker than I thought because you can get enough thread out that you do like around one side and then you come back and you do around the other side. So that's been very satisfying, honestly. Again, I've still got 6 to go. I have started another one. I've also refilled my lighter so I can actually burn some of these now. A lot of them have been left unburned and you kind of, I'll show you. You want to go around the edge of these so they don't get damaged over time, like that. They're just tiny strips of bias tape, but like they all need this. And I'm probably going to do this first just to get out of the way, since we won't be doing so much that includes them for a while. Like eventually we will, but not a lot. Not yet. We'll be mainly putting them onto the dress. So until we're actually working on adding stuff to the dress, which will be a last priority, honestly. It's like not really a big priority right now. Then we'll be using them, and until then I need them to be nice and safe so that they're not fraying and changing shape, because that would be a problem since I've cut them all to size. I'll switch screens, but now I've started these, I want to finish the ones that haven't been pinned. There you go. I also made some more bias tape, not in purple. I probably will need more purple bias tape, but I've made some more of the gold bias tape. Have I done anything else? That actually sounds like quite a lot. I've printed the armor, I've done 6 of the small ones, I've beaded the remaining bigger ones, and we've made bias tape. Yeah, I've done quite a lot actually. Yeah, if we put that like that, I've actually been quite busy off stream. I think it's mainly because on Saturday I actually felt pretty good after work, but then I couldn't really do anything on Sunday, and yesterday I could only really do things that were hands off. So, you know, we get by, we do what we can. I'm gonna put a pin through this and just put it in the drawer, because sometimes having them out in the open makes them damage quicker. And I'll switch screens so we can just kind of get on with it, because I want to do quite a lot today. I'm just kind of feeling it. I want to do quite a bit and get lots of small jobs done. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel today. I think that'd be nice as well. For me, this is like the beginning of the week, so we'll use that excuse. Oh, Grobbit, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Mirror only has 6 letters and half of them are off. You're right. I mean, you're right. Oh dear. We've been getting these kind of riddles at work recently. One of the managers has a real thing for riddles and stuff like that. So whenever we start work, they'll like be passing around riddles and trying to get us to answer them. And first thing in the morning, my brain is not geared towards riddles. I tell you that much. So they'll be looking at me and I'll be like, I have no idea. I'm sorry. My brain is completely blank. All I can think about is breakfast. Oh dear. I'm trying to think, what were the ones we got this week? We had... What has 1 head, 1 foot, and 4 legs? Does anyone know what has 1 head, 1 foot, and 4 legs? Oh dear, Punisher, welcome on in. I hope you have a good day. I'll give it a minute because I know there's Twitch delay and I don't want to get in the way of anyone answering. Morning, morning, Cthulhu. So in answer to what has 1 head, 1 foot, and 4 legs, the answer is a bed. Oh dear, they're quite, I don't know, first thing in the morning it's hard. What else is there? What goes up and never comes down? My base. An elephant. I'm sorry, Wig, I'm not an elephant. I'm sorry, Gromit, it's not a basement. Having an extra bit of rest, hence a lack. You're good. I hope the rest is good. Yeah, what goes up but never comes down? Again, I give some break for Twitch lag. Thing is, there's a lot of things that go up and never come down, so... Inflation! That was what we answered. We said the cost of living. It's not the cost of living and it's not inflation. Twitch lag or brain lag? Honestly, I'll say Twitch lag but if it was me, it would be brain lag. For sure, for sure. It's difficult. No, what goes up and never comes down? Your age. But also inflation and the cost of living. What else was there? It's only from a couple days ago. I should really remember them. Boris's ego. Oh dear. See, this is the issue with that one. A lot of things come up but never come down. So like, what you meant to do? I mean, technically, yes, your age is the answer I was looking for, but I can't say any of these have been wrong. Oh, what else was there? I mean, I'm sure they got them all from a website, so I could probably find them pretty easily if I tried. Oh dear. Go. Yeah, I hope everyone's having a good day. I hope you all had a good weekend as well. Again, apologies I couldn't stream yesterday. I think most people at this point kind of just... You know how it is. It is what it is. When I can stream, I will. And it's nice if it can be 4 days a week, and if it can't, it can't. Oh, yeah. There we go. Another set. Singed. Next. There we go. I'll leave the last one out because I might end up getting to the point of using it today. Oh, yeah. I still have quite a lot of these though. I think if I remember correctly, we made 70 something. Sounds about right. Oh dear. And down there. I'd really like to do a bit of beading today as well, but we'll see if time allows for it. I don't really have too many things I have to do today, thankfully. I'm in a pretty good, like, you know, chill day. All the stuff that I need to do I actually got out of the way first thing for once. But I will be making dinner. We've got some vegetarian mince. I'm going to try and make meatballs with the vegetarian mince and see how it goes. Wish me luck. Nice to meet you. Hi, Bird. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. We make cosplays. We like cosplay a lot here. Well, I can't really speak for people in chat. I like cosplay a lot, and I am here. I like making cosplays specifically. Wearing them's alright. It's nice to be able to show off the hard work, but predominantly I just really enjoy the making process. I like all the problem solving, and I like sewing. Yes. You're also a cosplayer. Heck yeah. Well, in that case, you get it. You get it. Okay, welcome to... Oh, so this is going to look a bit weird. If this is your first time here, I need all of these tiny little purple things. I will be folding them over, but for now, I can't use them for a bit. And because I can't use them for a bit, I don't want them damaging themselves in the time where I'm not using them. So I'm singeing them all so that I don't have to worry about them fraying in, like, the time between me using them. I promise I won't leave them like this. They will get some stitching and stuff. I just... Not yet. Not for a while. I've been up and down about whether or not I actually want to stitch these on the machine as well to give it like a really straight line. and then hand stitch those in, because regardless they're gonna have to be hand stitched. So it's just whether or not I want that. I think I kind of do, because I think it would match the rest of the dress nicely. So at some point we'll be doing hundreds of teeny tiny lines on my sewing machine, and that's okay. We'll get there. Not yet. I might even do that off stream, because I imagine it's going to be frustrating. When things are this small, trying to get them through the sewing machine's a pain. Oh wait, are these ones already singed? They are. Okay, cool. In that case, I'll just leave these up here then. I can use those later. Yeah, when these things fold, because they're so small, sometimes if you run them through just a sewing machine with this, they'll like want to, like, it'll start like this, nice and neat, and then suddenly it'll be like that. And it's like, why? It's because it's thin. And I like sewing, but I like all the other things, so I make stuff for people and get them to sew for me. Heck yeah! Well, that's the thing, cosplay, you gotta have fun, and if you don't like sewing, heck yeah. That sounds like a plan. So what we're going to be doing a lot of today is adding the sequins around the edge of the smaller scales. I probably will also at some point have to gather more sequins. So I have them on a really big spool, like this. But I don't like just sewing them on from this, because you can kind of see, do you see that big like string through it? It makes it really thick and chunky, and I don't like that. I like them being a bit more custom, and also being able to go down the sharper corners and stuff like that. So I take them off of the spool and then sew them in individually. It's a nice time sink, you know? Poor people have it, rich people need it. If you eat it, you die. What is it? Money. Oh no, poor people have it and rich people need it. If you eat it, you die. What is it? Poor people have it. Rich people need it. If you eat it, you die. Oh, it's nothing. Is that what it is? Poor people have it. Poor people have nothing. Rich people need nothing. If you eat nothing, you... I get it. Yeah. Okay. Good one. Good one, Grubbit. Nice. Heck yeah. Riddles will wake us up in the morning. I remember some of the riddles from the... I don't know if anybody watched this, but there was a show which I watched growing up called Raven. Not to be confused with That's So Raven, a different show. No, just called Raven, and there's like a Scottish guy that can turn into a bird, and he puts children through trials, and I used to love that show. Also, it was kind of always insinuated that the children died at the end, but I don't think they did die. I think they were just eliminated. Oh dear, I don't know, it's Britney, bitch. What have I got in my pocket? I can't answer you that one, I'm afraid. I would need to be in your vicinity, I think, to answer the pocket question. Oh dear, and probably know you. Like, if I did that with people that know me, they could probably guess what's in my pocket, because I always have the same stuff in my pocket. It never changes. It's like I use my pockets like I use handbags, where you know, I wash my coat and then I just put exactly the same stuff back in my pocket every time, and that way I always know that I've got the stuff. Akiyuka, if you're happy to see me. Oh, for the pocket question, I was like, what do poor people have and rich people need? Cucumbers. Oh, it's a reference to The Hobbit. I see. Oh yeah. I feel like I vaguely remember that. But I as much as I like Lord of the Rings, I would say that it's not like an obsession of mine. I am obsessed with other things. Come on. Like forcing my thread to do my bidding and not. See? When it goes near itself, it does that spinny thing, right? And if it continues to do that spinny thing, what'll end up happening is eventually it will spin until it becomes a knot, and then that's my problem. You're obsessed with me. Am I, Grobbit? Am I? How did that happen? I was trying to think, what am I obsessed with? I'm obsessed with sewing. I love it. And I genuinely very rarely stop sewing unless I physically have to. I really enjoy sewing. I always have like a background fear that I will one day like not have an interest in cosplay anymore, or not have an interest in sewing in general anymore, and then I'm gonna have all this stuff built up from years and years and years of doing it, and what if I suddenly hate it? That's terrifying. I'm sure a lot of people with hobbies and stuff feel the same way though, but I always have the fear of like, what if suddenly it's no longer an interest of mine? What do I do? Riddle contest, Bilbo can't think of riddles he asks at. The answer is that he has the one. Oh, okay, I feel like Gollum could have guessed that, honestly. I feel like Gollum could have guessed. Ah, dear. Riku, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome, welcome. How goes your day? It isn't a proper riddle. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, like, that's really hard. Oh, dear. There we go. I haven't been able to play any Genshin recently, Riku, because my head's not been good enough to do the whole screen thing. I was thinking actually, because at the moment, if you click your, I don't remember what it's called. Does it tell you what it's called? The chat identity button. If you click the chat identity button, you can put next to it that you're watching without video or watching without audio. I might actually just have it next to me that I'm watching without video, because the majority of the time when I watch people, I will just listen, because yeah, it's a little difficult to watch. Migraine yesterday hitting. No, wait, Riku, we have the same story arc. No, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better today. I had the same thing. I had migraine on Sunday, and then I thought it was going away Sunday evening, and I was like, perfect, cool, okay, it's on its way out. And then it came back with a vengeance yesterday. I was like, no. Oh dear. Try playing Cookie Clicker. I don't really have any interest in that sort of game. There's like, again, like a select few games that I have a lot of interest in. Idle games, not so much. I don't know, it never really relaxed me very much. You know about that, you know about Cookie Clicker? I know about Cookie Clicker, but yeah, I don't find them particularly relaxing. What I do find relaxing is speedrunning Final Fantasy IX and taking like 13 hours to do what should be a 9-hour speedrun. It's very slow, but I find that a lot more relaxing, honestly. Sink my teeth into it properly. A bad day at work yesterday because boss was a bit stingy and I had an AO customer. I'm surprised you went to work yesterday, to be quite honest, Riku. Like, if you're just coming out of a migraine and you still got like a lot of symptoms, you could have made it so much worse. You could be look after yourself. I had to go, to be fair though, I do kind of get it, because I had to go home for work on Sunday, and I do always feel really guilty. Even now when I go home for migraines, because like, you know the deal, I know the deal, there's nothing either of us can do, but it would be really nice if I could just finish my shift. It didn't get There you go, Riku. Hopefully you feel better now that Robert is flirting. And I'm gonna have migraine. I pray that I had them on the weekend. I'm sorry I did not call out of work. I had a hecking migraine. Yeah, I most of the time. So I take. I have chronic migraine, so I do have a few things that I can take. But I save them for the weekends, which is when I work. Sometimes it still isn't enough, and I still can't work. I think the real, what do you call it? When you no longer can read, which isn't going to be an issue for everyone, but if you have big auras and stuff like that, it can become very, very difficult to read things. And at that point, it's like, I can't physically complete my job because I can't read, and I need to go home. I will say though, first of all, my workplace is really good with this sort of thing. They have a whole health team and stuff, and they sort me out good so that I don't suffer from having to take like an hour off here, 2 hours off here, 1 hour off here too much. So that's really good. But also on my way home, two people on the train, two of the train people, the train guard and the person with the catering trolley, asked if I was okay, and one of them tried to give me a free bottle of water, which I didn't need because I had water with me, but they were really kind, and they just kept an eye out to make sure I didn't like die in my in the train carriage. And because I couldn't sit by the window, so I was sitting next to the door so that I couldn't see out the window because I was really struggling with the window. And I sat down there for the train journey. And on the bus as well, they were really patient with me too, so that was really nice. Everyone was very sweet and very kind. I could tell Rita don't count as migraine. Well, maybe for you. But the thing is, about, what is it, like 40% of people with migraines have never had an aura. That's the thing with migraines, it's so different from person to person, and I don't even always get an aura. I prefer it almost when I do though, just because it's a nice warning before all the other symptoms kick in. So it's easier for me to have an aura, but the first time you have an aura is very scary. I did have a it was supposed to be a taste, I forgot to send. God damn it. I can't ask the day off because they don't care if I am sick or not. Told a few times, but not only to me. Yeah, I wondered if it would be something like that. I have definitely worked at places where they are a lot more strict on those kind of things, and even where I work now, so in the UK there's a general sickness policy which a lot of retail and stuff like minimum wage jobs will offer, which is you can take 3 instances of sick or three sick days, it depends, a year, and if you have to take more than that you could receive disciplinary action, right? Whereas for me, I'm in a good position where I have all the medical documents from the hospital to say that I am disabled, that these are the things that I suffer with because of that disability. And also my workplace is generally very understanding. So as long as I can provide the proof, which I have, as well as how it affects me, I can have as many sicknesses as I need if they're migraine related, which is really good because honestly, the only sicknesses I take are migraine related. Anything else I'm pretty good with. And it means that there's a lot less pressure if I'm getting to the point in a shift where I might not be able to get home safely, that I can take myself out a little bit early to make sure that I can at the very least get home. It's really, really good. Ah dear. I had bad nausea and couldn't go, and they told me if I can't work then quit. Yeah, I've worked at places like that. It's awful when you're undervalued to that point. And also with things like nausea and flu and like stuff which could be potentially very contagious, it's pretty irresponsible for any employer to do that. So things like stomach bugs, if one of your members of staff has a stomach bug, you send them the heck home, because otherwise the next few days all of your staff will have stomach bugs. Like, you don't want, without trying to be rude, you don't want to keep people like that in work. You want them to be home because it's a detriment to you as well. Oh dear. Krogan, welcome on in. I get blind spots in my right eye. See, for me, I don't know if this is common, but mine changes. Sometimes it's one eye, sometimes it's the other. And like, I would say for me, it's more, this is my right eye. It's more my right eye than my left, but I can absolutely get them in my left eye too. And sometimes it's the only distinction I can have from having finished one migraine to starting the next one, is that all my symptoms move over to the other side of my face. Yeah. Oh dear. You've had auras about migraines 3 times in my life, once at work, twice at home, and it's frightening. Yeah, I actually know some people that basically only get the aura. Like, they'll sometimes have some mild symptoms afterwards, but the aura is the main symptom that they get. And it's still very valid and can be really scary because it does just feel like your eyesight is suddenly and like unprovoked failing you. And yeah, I just as valid. Like, everyone's experiences are going to be very different with migraines because it is such a versatile condition. But all of the symptoms of migraine can definitely be very scary. I worked with national security staff, so if I don't call in, they worry I've been kidnapped. I was doing accommodation around that, but so far no luck. So we have, I often struggle with speaking during a migraine. It's one of the main symptoms. It's not that I can't speak, but it takes me a lot longer to get the words out, and basically I kind of I get confused a lot easier as well. So like when you're thinking of like a mixture of speaking a lot slower than usual and also being a bit confused, as far as necessarily doing anything more complicated, I can't do it. And we have it that you can here register people as carers. They can call in sick for work for you, but it depends on whether you have that in that you can do, whether you live with family, whether you live with a partner, stuff like that, because it is quite the responsibility. But it is something that we've been able to do, and it means that there have been many times where I have either passed the phone over to him or he has answered the phone for me. Often if I have migraines while I'm at work, I just leave my phone with him, and that way I don't have to worry about it at any point. Yeah. very weird experience when I was 16 and had my first one. I think everyone feels like that. Your first migraine's terrifying. And I think that goes the same for people that... I know we talk a lot about chronic migraines because that's what I have. But people that have maybe one migraine in their life, it will be like I don't want to underplay how scary that's going to be. And that you might not get answers for it. And it's just a really awful couple days, probably 1 day, 2 days for you, where you will lose parts of your vision potentially. You'll be throwing up potentially. You're going to be in agony, an unending pain, depending on what other symptoms you get as well. Like for me, I hallucinate. I have sleep disorders, which cause me to, if I try to get to sleep, will start to see things. And I thought I was going to die. Thank you, Skull. Welcome on in. And hi, Womper. Hope you're having a good day. But like, yeah, it's a really, really scary experience. And especially because it can present itself with such a wide array of scary symptoms. Everyone's first experience with a migraine is a little different, but I think everyone's is pretty scary. Oh dear, they don't care because I'm the youngest there, so I'm not allowed to be sick. But when somebody else calls in sick, it's okay. Like, what the heck? That sounds like something you could report behind their back, to be quite honest. If you have, maybe try to gather some evidence for it if you haven't already. But if you can gather evidence for it and report them to whatever your work association is in your country, you might be able to like get them done for that. Of course, you can normally remain anonymous with that kind of stuff as well, so it hopefully wouldn't affect your work resume at all. One time I had such a bad toothache that I couldn't speak or anything and told me it's nothing, while my coworker had a way smaller toothache and they were allowed to go home. I had literally a giant bubble in my cheek from the pain and I was left at work. Yeah, that's awful. That's awful. You have them 1 or 2 times a week? Yeah, it's pretty rough too. I think it doesn't... I'm because I'm more on the extreme side of migraine, so for me it's about 5 days a week, but 7 days a week with symptoms. So it's more on the extreme side of migraines. But I very much think even if you've only ever had one migraine in your life, that you still deserve the support, that you still deserve to be believed, and any medical attention that you should need for that one time. Because at the end of the day, if you only have one migraine in your life, it probably won't affect the rest of your life too badly. But in the moment, it is such a terrifying experience that you should absolutely be able to receive the same assistance as somebody like me, who, you know, is 6 years deep, has symptoms basically every day, and hasn't not had that for years. You should still be able to receive the same kind of support from places like education, workplaces, things like that. Yeah. I think because we often focus more on chronic migraine, that, yeah, I don't want it to seem like I'm downplaying the symptoms of people who have it less, because it can still be very disruptive. It will always be disruptive the day that you have them. And it shouldn't matter whether you have them once a month or every single day kind of thing, you know. She prepped me, thankfully I have one every other month or so, but that's still disrupting, right, Verd? Like, I could be wrong, but I'm assuming though that if you have them still, that it could still be a really scary and unpleasant experience. And while it might not affect you exactly the same way it's affected me, it still would have a relatively negative effect in your life, and you'd still absolutely deserve to be supported by your education board or workplace so that you don't fall behind everybody else. One time I was utterly unable to read my screen, so I just flicked to my head and all I could see was white space. Another time it was floating blind spot. At work, it was like looking at thing combined with complete loss of colour. We were shelving books and I just froze up and I may have babbled too. My boss called a mutual friend to take me home. I had similar experiences when I worked in a call centre. So of course when you're working in a call centre you need to be able to read the documents in front of you, and you're answering the phone to customers and stuff like that, where you have to be able to read their documents and also read the legal stuff. And it was getting to a point where I couldn't read the screen in front of me, and I was really getting to a point of struggling to speak to, which is again quite a common symptom for me. It was common for me at that time. My manager literally was like, get off the phone, I'll finish that conversation for you because you are physically not well enough to do the legal stuff that you have to do with this job. Like, if you can't coherently read out the legal scripts, you can't be here. And he organized for me to get a taxi home with a colleague so that I wasn't alone. And I've always, I've been very, very fortunate. That's not where I work right now. I had to leave because working with a screen was definitely making it worse. But like, I always will sing their praises because they did absolutely physically everything they could. Also, say, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. I grew up in boxing, so I was used to having the odd headache after a match. I remember I started going blind my right eye, and I felt like my head was just thumping. And yeah, that's very scary. That's very, very scary. Ah, dear. Have to ace the new game. There's a rhythm game in Genshin. Oh god, what am I missing? No. The website's exactly not debilitating in my life. I think it's difficult because migraine's a really awkward one, right? Where I don't want to go too into it because I genuinely believe if you're consistently having symptoms from migraine, you need to go get it diagnosed. And it's not to scare anyone. That's not my intention of being a Twitch streamer, is to scare people. But if you have undiagnosed chronic head pain, chronic blindness, stuff like that, well, I say chronic, but like even if it's only happening a few times a month, you need to go get it diagnosed. Because while it very much might be migraines, you could also have a brain tumor. You could also have be setting up for a stroke, like things like that. It's in my mind, there is no such thing as undiagnosed chronic migraine, because if you have chronic migraine, you have at least 4 a week. And if you're having at least 4 migraines a week and you haven't gone and got it diagnosed, you are putting yourself in a position where it could be migraines, but it could also be a brain tumor. So what do we call it? The Schrodinger's cat of head pain? Yeah, band name. Stealing it. So unless you have a diagnosis, and I mean it's not quite the same as people who maybe only get a migraine here and there. It's still worth maybe going to a doctor if you can, because they will have stuff that can help you. I'm more talking about people in my position with chronic migraine, which the diagnosis criteria for that is 4 migraines a week. And then yeah, if you haven't gone and got a diagnosis after having four migraines a week, or 4 migraine symptoms a week, you the only person you hurt is yourself. The reason that I'm saying this more recently is because of TikTok and the things that people are basically tagging me in and stuff like that off of TikTok, where I see people saying stuff like with having undiagnosed chronic migraine, and it's not that I don't believe these people are in pain. I absolutely believe they're in pain. But unless you have a diagnosis, you just have symptoms with this. It is my opinion, because the symptoms of migraine line up so well with other much, much more dangerous conditions. Yes. So trying to spread that you can be undiagnosed with chronic migraine, not true. You can't be, because what you have is potentially a deadly condition. And it's of course a little different for people who have migraines every now and again. Like maybe you have once a year, a couple times a year. Again, if you're having it that consistently, I'd still say it's worth it, because there are things doctors can do to help. But it's a little different to having what I have. I haven't had a day without pain in 6 years. The idea that someone in my position wouldn't go without a diagnosis for 6 years is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Yes. Ah, dear. Newts! TMK, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Oh, dear. Right, so the question is there different types of migraine? There are different types of migraine. Also say, I hope you're having a good day. There are different types of migraine. So first of all, if we're looking at your regular migraine, you'll have intermittent migraine, which is less than 15 days a month, and chronic migraine, which is more than 15 days a month. So the only difference between chronic migraine and intermittent migraine is how many days you have them. So for me, because I have symptoms nearly every day, you could say the whole month, but I would specifically say that I have full-blown migraines 4 to 5 days a week, and then I'm often coming out of a migraine like I am now. So it's it's a lot. The one positive for me is that I only get them for about 8 hours normally. Obviously, yesterday was different, but that's normal for me. And whereas there are some people that will have full-blown migraines for 3 days. And so for them, they might only need 2 migraines a week, whereas for me, I end up having about 4 or 5. Yes. The other thing is, if you have, say, 1 migraine a week, well, normally you would consider that chronic because it's happening every single week. In the migraine sphere, it's not. Because chronic is like, I don't know why they've done it like this and why they don't just name it something different. But in this particular case, chronic means you have to have it a certain amount of times a month, and it is quite a lot. So for instance, people who have ones related to hormones might have 1 week of really, really bad migraines where they have like 5 migraines, but because maybe they're only having about 5 migraines a month, it wouldn't count as chronic. But what I don't want it to come across as is that it's any less disrupting or any less of an impact on their life. It still can be a huge impact on your life, especially if you're suddenly having to take a full week off work every month and stuff like that. If anything, that can be more difficult to explain sometimes. So that's part of the diagnosis criteria, intermittent versus chronic. And then you also have things like vestibular migraines. You have migraines that can cause predominantly a slanting in the face. So they look like you're having a stroke. I can't remember what that one's called, if it's hemiplegic or something like that. But basically it's you end up having a lot more symptoms along the lines of struggling to speak, as well as like a very obvious face tilt. Vestibular migraines will really affect your balance. Not to say that regular migraines can't, but they will have a big impact on your balance and walking around. And also, one that a lot of people don't know about is abdominal migraines, which predominantly affect children. So basically, it presents itself in a very similar way as a head migraine, one which stems from a lot of visual stuff and pain and stuff like that, but in the abdomen. And a lot of kids, if they are stress related, stuff like that, or potentially they're just more prone to migraines because of a family history, can experience abdominal migraines. And that was something that I only learned about when I went to more chronic migraine meetups, or migraine meets, like meet other people with chronic pain, stuff like that, that there is like a whole group of children who will continuously have unexplained stomach pain when they are stressed. But to the point of being incapacitating, not like a little ache. It's like, no, that's a lot of damage. And often these kids will be hospitalized time after time after time because the pain will be so bad these kids can't move. And it's literally like there's a abdominal migraine. And I think there's still a lot more research going into that at the moment. It is a bit newer. And migraines in general don't have so much stuff behind them. But yeah. They're doing more for that, which is good, because a lot of these kids that grow up with abdominal migraines will grow into kids with chronic migraines, adults with chronic migraines. So getting that early can be really, really good. Oh, thank you for the egg. It is a lot of damage. It's a lot of hecking damage. Ah, dear. In the 7th grade, I'm not fond of politics, but he saved my friend's life. Oh, I'm glad. Some think they can't measure, but go for statistic to guess if they have it or not. Yeah, it's difficult because I don't want it to sound like with chronic versus intermittent, that intermittent can be any less damaging to your life, and like, you know, it's just a diagnosis thing. But one thing that you do see sometimes is people say, I have chronic migraine, I have a migraine every week. That's not chronic migraine. It's still awful. It's still a pain in the ass. You're still probably going to be on similar meds to me and stuff like that. But it's not chronic migraine. Chronic migraine has very specific diagnosis criteria about how many migraines you have to be experiencing. And most people that I know with chronic migraine are very similar to me. Like, you don't have a day off, ever. If you're not having a migraine, you're recovering from a migraine, and that's just your life. I haven't met very many people that have 3 good days a week. I don't know why it's like that, but it is. Everyone I know who has chronic migraines has been like me, where there is just no time off. Our chronic migraines is like Comic-Con. It's kind of like Comic-Con, except that a lot of the time, the person suffering won't always be able to go, so they'll have someone for them. So like, I gave my ticket to my husband or my friend or something like that so that they could go in my place. But basically, watch presentations on how to manage your own migraines. They give a lot of advice. They talk about research. It's about kind of trying to spread hope to a community where there isn't a lot of long-term hope for a lot of people. And they're very important because when you look at the mental health rates with people with migraines, and especially when you do look into chronic migraines, it's a very bleak picture, especially in the first couple years. In the first couple years, it is of my opinion that people who get diagnosed with chronic migraine should be immediately offered a referral for therapy. Whether they take it or not, that's completely up to them. But I believe that there should be, at this point, when you look at the rates of death with people with a condition that can't kill you, it's concerning. It's very concerning. And no, like there have been studies being done on this for years. Like, it is not unknown that there is a high risk of extreme mental health conditions along with chronic migraine, as there are with many chronic pain conditions. Migraine is not the only one. But knowing that, and knowing that there have been proper medical studies doing it, and the fact that there is very little mental support for people with chronic migraines, I do think at this point it is reasonably unforgivable. There have been countless deaths that could have been avoided, and yeah, it is just kind of a feeling that when you go to these meetups that there is like they try to give you some hope, and that's important. Also, Andrew, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Oh my god, that's a thing that makes sense for my childhood now. Tiger, I'd say if you're someone who has experienced this, if you can get to a doctor if you've had abdominal migraines, it might be worth just reporting that and just like being like, I had this as a kid, just so that they've got it on record. Because that way, if you do end up experiencing migraines later in life, they can tie it back to that. And it's like migraine was like, I thought migraine was always a really heavy headache. That's why I ask. I don't like to assume. Yeah, I would say stomach migraines, kids, children, young people, generally. But, and it is still a lot of research into it. There are a lot of papers out there if you want to go read them. I mean, if you're curious, I could try and find some after stream. But, yeah. I was a pharmacy tech through high school and college when Imitrex first came out as a game changer, but many insurance companies in the US will only pay 4 measly pills a month. I was so awful to tell people that I have to pay full price brand name because they get too many migraines. So I want to be clear, I live in the UK. We have different medications over here. There are some medications that were perceived as too expensive abroad that for a long time they did not bring them over here. And so we kind of got some of the same stuff and some different stuff. Over here it's triptans are one of the main fighting things, but triptans can be really addictive and actually cause migraines if you take too many of them. So you are limited on how many they will give you because they don't want to give you so many that you start getting more migraines, you know? And you should be told that if you are in contact, well, which you would be, I suppose. You'd be in contact with your doctor. You'll be told that when they are prescribed. Oh dear. They always said it was UTIs even when I didn't have one, and then I was diagnosed with migraines a lot younger. Yeah, there you go. That sounds like what they've been talking about. Just basically being able to identify risk patients at a younger age. At the end of the day, there won't be anything they can do, but it's just like the knowledge that it might be something to prepare for, to be fair. And not everyone's going to want that information, and that's also fair. Some people don't want to know what might happen to them. Yeah. Onyx, welcome on in. It's a triptan? Okay. I wondered if it was. I was like, but with us, you will only get it in small portions because of how addictive it is. And because the side effects of it are that you will have more migraines. So people who are, you have to look at it from the perspective of people who are in pain 24/7 as well, like me. What is to stop me trying to take it every single day, other than like mental fortitude? And a lot of people with chronic migraine will struggle. And it's, I don't want to make it seem like we're all weak people, we're not. But when you're in pain day in, day out, and somebody gave you, say, 10 of a medication that would take that pain away, would you maybe take one extra every week? Just to have an extra day without the pain? Maybe. And it can put you in a very vulnerable position, having chronic migraine. and stuff. You know, any chronic pain condition can put you in a vulnerable position to basically that same thing. So in the UK, they will give you enough to take 2 every week. That's it, because that's your maximum anyway. And if you take more than that, it's because you've gone out of your way. You've overtaken, and then you will have less for the rest of the month. So it helps manage it so that you're not taking more. And again, I don't want to act like we don't have our own brains and we can't make our own decisions, but it's to try and prevent people from overdosing on pain medication when they're not in the right mind. Yeah. Because I've asked before if I could have more a month. I was told no. And that's exactly the reason, because you can only take this many a week anyway, so you can't take more. Medication who should help with migraine, but the medicine gives migraines. So basically, if you overdose on the medication, it will give you migraines. If you take it as it's recommended, which is no more than twice a week, then you'll be fine. But if you start taking it more than twice a week, then yes, you are susceptible to get migraines from the same medication that prevents you from having migraines. So it is a topical painkiller. It is not something you're meant to take every day. And yeah, over here in the UK, they do that with a lot of medications. If they are worried that the people taking them are in pain all the time, they won't give you that much. Oh, you want to hydrate? I can hydrate. Hi, Fries. I don't have massive problems with triptans, so problems with opioids, and yeah, which both horrible to take with migraines, yeah. But it's the same kind of, we have that principle over here with basically all pain medication. Any pain medication, it can be quite difficult to get, and once you do get it, you'll be given the exact amount that you need. You will not be given extra. The only times where I've asked, and I've asked for it early, I haven't asked for extra, is if I'm going away. If I'm going away and I know that I might not be there to collect my prescription, I'll say, would you mind if I received it 1 week early? The thing is, if you do that regularly, they will keep track of it. So they'll know you're doing that. And yeah, so the only times I've done it is if I'm traveling, which is pretty common for anyone who takes medication regularly, that you'll ask for it before you travel so that you have plenty when you're gone. Gone! Oh, you're working again! Are you feeling better, Gone? Also, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. And Dan! Welcome, welcome. I understand. Yeah, it's alright. Ah, dear. Oh, yeah. But I can only speak about how things are done here. And honestly, I can only speak about how things are done here in Wales, because I've been in Wales the whole time I've had chronic migraines. I don't necessarily know how in England they do things, how in Scotland they do things, how in Northern Ireland they do things. I can only speak about my experiences in Wales. It takes hours to get approval. Yeah, here, you go in, you explain, and they'll just put a different date on. I think to an extent it probably depends what you're asking for, but most of the time it's pretty easy if you have a clean track record. Vile, welcome on in. It's a sunglasses inside kind of day. I can't handle sunglasses. I know everyone says this. Wear sunglasses if you're recovering from a migraine, but I actually find that it's worse for me because any light filtering in from the sides feels 10 times worse. Also, I can never take them off. So I've done it in like a pinch, but for the most part, I can't bloody stand them. If they work for you though, I'm heckin' happy for you. That's a cheap fix. Prefer to art in a suit. I think that's a good way of going around it. Ah, yeah, I wish I could wear sunglasses so I'd not get stared. Oh dear. Thing is, I always, if I'm doing something a little unusual, like for instance on Sunday, sitting on the floor on a train and putting my head between my knees and pushing, people will stare at you, but like no one's gonna remember you. Like it's what it is. Like yeah, people will look, but my experience was that, and again I can only speak from my experience, it's quite obvious that I'm in pain, right? And I've had people reach out and offer me painkillers. I've had people reach out, like I did on the weekend, and offer me bottles of water and stuff like that. People, for the most part, adults, aren't gonna joke around and be rude about you when you're in pain. Most people are more likely to reach out and ask if they can help, rather than do that. And while I prefer, if absolutely possible, not to rely on the public. Like I'm for the most part pretty self-sufficient. When I am in public that bad, I haven't had a bad experience. People have been very, very kind. I've been very lucky that I've never been taken advantage of, and for the most part, it's all been pretty good. See, so I can use that as an excuse. I drink many flu meds and I'm sleepy now. You gotta drink water. Heck yeah, you gotta drink water. I love Genshin, man. Oh, I'm glad. Also, Gev, welcome on in. Thank you for the luck. Oh dear. But having mad migraines last couple of weeks, been shy, but it's alright. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that, Fries. I feel it, obviously, but I'm sorry to hear it regardless. Studying my eyes and praying for sleep. I feel that. But also, I like to crush my head. I find the feeling of my head being crushed, safely of course, to be very pleasant when I'm having a migraine. So I'll often sit in a dark room and ask Shiny to crush my head. I have a feeling of the light leak around the edge of sunglasses during a migraine. Yeah, for some people, it will be like the save. The only thing that can get them out of the house will be sunglasses. But for me, anything like that, like the crack in the window, or so the curtains, or the outside of the sunglasses, it just makes it a lot worse. People don't know how to mind their own business, and they're like, why don't you just go home? And it's like, I still need my paycheck. That's really sad. I'm sorry that where you work doesn't have anything in place to actually assist people with migraines. See, this is kind of why I talk about migraines in the first place, is to try and, I guess, I don't want to be someone who specifically is on Twitch to raise awareness, because I fully stand by migraines is the least interesting part of me. Like, I am a lot more than someone who has chronic migraines, and, you know, I don't want it to be the main focus of my channel either, because, like, that's not who I am as a person. Like, I am not someone who just has migraines. Like, there's a lot more about me too. I think it's the whole thing of like, once you're disabled, that's your main personality trait. And it's like, no. Listen, I haven't put 10 years into learning how to like cosplay and sew just to become the migraine girl. Like, no. I'm afraid not, actually. There's a lot more to me than just migraines. But at the same time, fully acknowledge the fact that many countries and many workplaces do not, and I think this is the worst one as well, education systems just do not have enough general knowledge about migraines to support their staff and their children. And it's really sad when you hear stories of kids who have dropped out of school or been consistently left behind in classes because they've had to miss school because of migraines, and no one bothers to catch them up because it's just a migraine. And so why would we bother to catch them up? They'll be fine. But a lot of kids will start going through migraines like pretty young, like 11, 12, stuff like that, when puberty starts, and will miss a lot of days of school and forcibly be like pushed behind other students. And it's very unfair that there's maybe nothing in place to help these kids catch up. And I know schools are getting better and there is more raised awareness now for what migraines actually are and why it is important to support the kids that have them, as well as, you know, in workplaces as well. I think workplaces will be a slower hurdle because people are less wanting to assist in that kind of stuff because it's financial to an extent. But, you know, the stuff you can do for yourself, getting a diagnosis is really bloody helpful, because then you have physical paper that you can give to people. If you have chronic migraines as well, if you don't get a diagnosis, like I said earlier, you don't have chronic migraines. You have potentially a deadly condition. But getting that, having the sheets that say, if you can as well, getting your doctor to write out exactly how it affects you. That's not something that I ever asked for, but I was very lucky that on my diagnosis sheet that they give, which says like your diagnosis and a little bit about it, they wrote that out for me. And it's been something that I've been able to use since then. Like, if you look at my diagnosis sheet, it's like 4 years old, but I can still use it and give it to people and be like, nothing's changed. I've tried more things, but other than that, nothing has changed since this day. And I had that from a neurologist who specializes in migraines, and it holds a lot of weight. It's held a lot of weight for a long time, and it's really helpful to have. I think personally it's been really helpful to have. The one thing that does still frustrate me about the UK health system is that migraines are not considered a disability. Well, it's difficult to explain because obviously on my diagnosis it says that I am disabled by my migraines. And again, I've got that from a neurologist, that Jelly, disabled, migraines, with all the symptoms underneath. But if you go to seek benefits or any assistance outside of that, although in Wales they do have some really helpful employment ones as far as monetary stuff, if you have chronic migraines, it's very unlikely you can work full time. I'm just with migraines at least 4 days a week, like, it's difficult. That's very unlikely. And yet you're not seen as being disabled enough to receive any kind of help. And I've said before, like, for me, I don't necessarily need financial help, but it would be really, really helpful to have things like the bus pass and the train pass, because I'm not allowed to drive. But I can't get it because migraine is not seen as disabled enough for any of that. And that's one thing, at least here in the UK, I would like to change. And of course, it would rely on certain things. Like, I'm not saying that people should be able to just walk in with no diagnosis or anything like that and claim chronic migraine disability benefits, right? That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, if you've got chronic migraine, the likelihood is you will be referred to a neurologist. And if you're referred to a neurologist, you can get a full diagnosis. And with that full diagnosis, you should be able to receive help. Because in the same way that there are other conditions that prevent you from doing things like driving and stuff like that, that's another thing I see on TikTok. The amount of people I see saying they have chronic migraines and they have like a full driver's license and they're like, you know, driving around all the time, but then they have symptoms like collapsing consistently, like that I do. That seems very irresponsible. It seems very irresponsible. If you know you collapse at a moment's notice and you're driving on a motorway, listen, I'm not going to say anyone is faking chronic migraine because I never want to be that person, but I will call it out if people are being irresponsible, and that is irresponsible. Not everyone with chronic migraines has the same symptoms. Some people won't have that symptom, but if you've actually declared that you have consistent fainting attacks, normally you wouldn't be allowed to drive. Yeah. Oh dear, mother has stress migraine and she is knocked out because of it. I usually make dinner, make the dishes, and house cleaning so she can rest and not concerning. See, that's really nice, say. That is, I think it can be really hard. And I really feel for your mother, because I'm the same in that it's really hard to let that kind of stuff go and just be looked after. But at the end of the day, that's the best you can do for someone with migraine, is force them to stay down until they're better. Also, Gons, welcome on in. Oh, we have 2 Gons. Oh my god, there's 2 Gons. Gons and Gons, please get to know each other. You both seem lovely. Anxiety stonks. God damn. That's crack, Jelly. Yeah, that sucks. That's not the case in the US. Yeah, so over here, chronic migraine is not considered disabling enough to receive any benefits, including things like bus passes and stuff like that. And if there's one thing that I would like to really, I want to get it out there so that there is more support for kids in schools and people in work that don't have such good deals that I do. I think that they do require proper support, because I don't think, I can't speak for every disabled person, but from my experience of the other people that I've met with chronic migraines who are also disabled by them, we're just normal people. Like, we're very, very bland and normal. A lot of us want to be an active part of our own lifestyles. We want to be able to work. We want to be able to go outside. We want very normal things. And there are really simple changes that you could make to accommodate that. And most people can't be bothered to do it. Most of the people I know with chronic migraines, if they are able to work, it's in a similar situation to me, where we can do 2 days a week because we can only take our painkillers twice a week, right? Makes sense. But people don't like hiring people with chronic migraines because we're seen as like serial work skippers. We're just really lazy. We just like to leave our shifts early and stuff like that. When in reality, we're just normal people that are in a bit of a difficult circumstance and just want the normal stuff. Yeah. Ah, dear.
I got our license because of mysterious seizures. Doctor had no idea what was going on, and it was heartbreaking. Yeah. And I mean this, they did the right thing. Your friend has done the right thing. And of course, it's awful to not have that kind of freedom, especially when you don't know why. But it's the right thing to do. I'm very fortunate my migraine is only temporary and don't include collapsing. Just feel like my head's ready to be put in a can and fired. But can you drive with a migraine? Or would you avoid it? Because I can barely walk in a straight line with a migraine. Everyone's different, of course. Everyone's different. But like, you know, things like I won't use my sewing machine today because I'm recovering from a migraine. And this would only ever hurt me. Ah, dear. Hello, new person. Welcome. Hello, hello, guns. I hope everyone's going well. We're doing good. I'm in a bus. Oh, heck. Almost heard it. Oh, did I? My bad. I'm chilling after working night shift before sleep. Heck yeah. Very nice. You can. I think you're one of the first people I met that physically could drive a car. But then, wait, you have intermittent migraines, don't you? So maybe that's why. Gonna go lurk so I can get some sleep. Morning. Oh, no, you're fine, Vile. Take care of yourself. I've been with a migraine, but every time I feel like I'm a moron for risking it. Yeah, I know there are always going to be times where there's like, what can you physically do? At where I work, we are very fortunate. I'm not the only person that has migraines there. I'm the only person right now with chronic migraines. Unfortunately, the other two people that had to leave working. This is just kind of what it's like, honestly. And eventually I'll probably hit that point as well. But the other people there have intermittent ones, so not quite as regularly, but enough that they've got a diagnosis and they have their stuff. Someone will always drive them home. They might have to leave their car outside overnight. Someone will drive them home. Every time. Because I think it's the idea that if we left that colleague to drive home and they got in an accident, none of us could live with it. It's awful. How someone didn't respond to how you do. Oh my god, Flay, we're gonna ban you. Vile, thank you for the look. Oh, and thank you for the look. I just see it. You're good. I hope work goes well for you. Ah, dear. There we go. Flay, are you harassing other members in chat again? Flay, I'm watching you. Ah, dear. I can't do it because I've got a sequin in my hand, but you know what I'm doing. Headaches. I feel like it's about to implode multiple days in a row. Have you got... If this happens a lot, Fries, we love you. Have you got a diagnosis? Have you gone to a doctor about this? Fries? And if they've said it's migraines, you kind of just have to go with it. But if you haven't, Fries, please look after yourself. You shouldn't be having random headaches all the time. Ah, dear. Now services like Uber exist. I don't plan to ever do it again. Yeah, Uber's a good one. We normally will drive them home because, you know, it's... People get really sick with migraines. Having somebody else there to communicate and stuff can make it easier. And normally, I've been driven home by my colleagues before. I've watched my colleagues drive other people home. I'm stuck in the file cupboard. Oh, God. Oh, chat in the doc about this. Yes. Good. Yeah, otherwise, I would be worried. You shouldn't have head pain that regularly. And this comes from someone who has head pain every day. You shouldn't. And if you haven't got a diagnosis, you've got to be careful. I mean, they might say that it is just migraines and you'll be okay. But on the off chance they don't say that, you should go. Because I need some egg. No, like, sounds like migraine and then that was that. Okay. The thing is, that sounds really dismissive, and I don't mean it in a rude way. If they say that it sounds like migraine, what basically has happened is you haven't hit any of the concerning features that migraines can have that overlap with other things. So you're good. There are some symptoms that you can present with migraines that will immediately get you a referral because, and like, at least in the UK, I don't know what it's like elsewhere, but I had a head scan within 2 days of going in because one of my symptoms was of concern. Not all of them, one of them. And yeah, it probably means that it is migraine, and that's good. But hopefully they're able to prescribe you some stuff so that you can deal with it better. This is the thing that's like, there are specific migraine treatments, not a lot, but there are some, and especially for people that get them every now and again, it can be the difference between having like 5 migraines a year and no migraines a year. Because normally if you don't have them really often you won't be put on a preventative, which is a good thing. The preventative medications are nasty. But yeah, if you don't have them regularly enough, they won't put you on one of those, but they will give you topical stuff. And that's much better. Much better. The nausea sucks though. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I love sitting in work, not being able to see and wondering if I should throw up. That was my favorite. A week now, sad. If you ever have migraines longer than 72 hours, it is worth to contact a doctor. I am not a doctor, and I cannot diagnose you. But if you've had them for longer than 3 days, contact a doctor. Please, leave my stream and go contact a doctor. It could still be migraine, but it is outside the bounds of a regular migraine, and so you should probably call a doctor. I don't say this to scare you, I say this because I am not a doctor, and I don't want people to be diagnosing themselves off me. or underplaying their symptoms because of me. I'm not worried, don't worry, Jelly, it was not dismissive at all. Good, good. It's like, I don't ever want to come across as that, because obviously for me, I had a very intense, sudden diagnosis because of some of my symptoms, but not everyone with migraine will have that, and it's very, very important that you go in and you list your symptoms for that exact reason. So don't go in and say, I think I have migraine, because then they'll be like, well, okay, then you have migraine. Come in and say, I have blindness in one of my eyes or both of my eyes sometimes. The head pain is specifically in this section, whichever section it's in for you. It's in that section. If you are having nausea, tell them. If you are throwing up, tell them. If you have any other symptoms, like for me, I have a sag on one side of my face now, tell them. If you're having other unusual symptoms that you don't think are related to migraine, tell them. Because if you don't, then you don't get the proper care that you deserve. Oh, I'm gonna get a spring roll. Nice, heck yeah, get yourself a spring roll. They gave me Topamax when I was 18, 19. That stuff messed me up. Yeah, I've had Topamax. Tingling in my hands, so I forget words to describe what I'm talking about, but I can't find the actual words, so I stopped talking, but the effects have been permanent. So I, for the first 2 years of streaming, was on Topamax. 2 years. Two years. And the only reason that I stopped it was because I was collapsing so regularly that I had at that point also given myself a concussion. And so we went over it with the doctors and we were like, this is not sustainable. No meds have worked for me. I hope they take that further with you then. So I am in the same boat that no meds have worked for me. And I have been referred for Botox. It's a very long waiting list, but it's the next step for a lot of people. Depending on what country you are in, they will have different steps. Like if, for instance, in America, there's a lot more things they do for you because you pay for it. Whereas over here, we're a bit more limited. So they'll trial you on medications, and if none of them have worked for you, then you get basically sent for surgeries. And I know people who have had Botox that hasn't worked for them, and then the next step is quite a major surgery, and then that's worked for them. So they'll keep going. If medications don't work, surgeries sometimes do. Got some work to do. Good luck, Fries. I hope you're having a good day after this, and I hope that the work goes well. Take care of yourself. Need to do Botox for our migraines? Yeah. I know a couple people. It's worked for one and not the other, so you just never know. Science has proven Rico believes. Yeah, thank you for the belief. I had a friend who did Botox and it worked very well for him, but it isn't for everyone. Exactly. Like for some people it will work and for some people it won't. It's kind of the same as the medications. You just don't know if it will work until you do it for you. I am hopeful. I'm very, very hopeful. So when you have chronic migraine, so you have migraines this often, it's a little different what they do. Just generally, it's a little different what they do. But yeah, you basically cycle through all the meds, then you go for surgeries if the meds don't work. Because we don't expect for me to ever be without migraines at this point, unless maybe menopause fixes it, which would be great. But for the most part, we don't expect me forever be without migraines. What we do want is for the migraines to affect me less negatively when they happen, and maybe to reduce the frequency. And that's always the goal. It's not to stop migraines. It's to get it to a point where I can live with it without being disabled by it, if that makes sense. So that's the hope. And we're very hopeful that after Botox, that might be the case for me, and that I'll be able to re-enter the workforce full time, or maybe even just for extra days of the week without having to rely on painkillers. And that would be the best case scenario, really, realistically for me. And I am very hopeful that in the next couple years, that is something that I might see. Yeah, very hopeful. Dropped out of college because of it, yeah. I think this is where it's like, I'm glad there are more home education options, but it can be really heartbreaking to have to stop doing something that you love. So I'm not going to go too much into it because I don't, first of all, it doesn't upset me that much anymore, but when at the time it did, and also because I don't want this to just be like a sob fest, because like day to day, regardless of having chronic migraines, I've managed to craft my life in a way where I am still happy and looking forward to things, you know? So I don't want this to come across as in any way that I am in a very bad mental state and like I need help and yada yada yada. I don't. I've been very fortunate that I have a lot of support. I've also been through therapy since having chronic migraines to help me out, and I have a very good agreement with my workplace and things like that. And you know, a lot of that is to do with the support systems they have in Wales, which are quite good, but also to do with the people that I have in my life. And I'm very fortunate for that. I don't want this to come across as like a big sob fest of, oh, my life is so hard and I'm sad every day. That's not the case. For me, I do pretty good. I do pretty good, and I have things I look for. I think that's for me is the big thing is not doing stuff that actively makes me worse. So like, you know, working around it, but also not completely being limited by it. Like, there are still plenty of things I can do, and I still have a lot of worth as a human being, and yeah, stuff like that. Which, to be fair, it's difficult to do that on your own. Without therapy, I wouldn't be here 99%. But with help and with the people in my life, I have managed to craft my life in a way that works around the condition I currently have, and I'm in a very good place because of it. So even when I am in the middle of a migraine, I know that I can come back and do something that I love, and it keeps me going and it makes me happy, you know? It took a few years to get there, but we're there. But everyone has their own journey with migraines, and I don't want to downplay that either and just be like, well, just adjust. Like, you'll be fine. Just cut the things out that hurt and, like, keep going. Like, because, of course, that's not realistic. And also, that's a really hard process for most people. It's a big adjustment to making your life. But, yeah, I would consider myself as much more than someone who has chronic migraines. And I hope that comes across as well. Obviously, today we've had quite a big conversation about it. But I don't want the majority of my streams to be centered on chronic migraine. Like, I really don't. Like, I'll bring it up every now and again for the sake of education and stuff like that. But I don't want to be a streamer who is fully focused on their condition, because unless you were specifically looking to become like an advocate for something, it's like, how to put it? It's like that becomes your whole personality. I think that's kind of what bothers me so much about some of the TikToks that I've seen. It's that I don't want to seem rude, because obviously becoming disabled and stuff like that does limit you. That's the whole point. That's literally what disability means. But for some people, they've made it their whole personality to have chronic migraine or to be a migraine sufferer. And unless your whole job is to advocate and stuff like that, it feels like you kind of reduce people like me to only being able to have migraines and only be able to suffer. That's what it feels like we're reduced to, is we are either inspiration porn or only suffering, when in the majority of the time we're just normal people with some extra steps. You know? Have you ever tried just not having depression? Oh, thanks! That'll do it! Thank you so much. The anime, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. We're having a chill day today. Fantastic point. Yeah, like, I don't want people to look at me and see... It sounds really bad, because I don't want it to be like either... I don't want it to be like a hit on other disabled people, because that's not my intention. But I don't want the first thing you think of when you think of me is to be disabled. That's not what I want. That's never what I want. Because it reduces me to something that I can't change. And I think it's such a big negative reinforcement on oneself that it's like not good. If you reduce yourself to only your disability, you could, yeah, no, not my favorite. So yeah, cosplay. Yeah, cosplay. Oh dear. It's like that sometimes though, huh? I chose not to have a personality, don't expect something. I think you have a lot of personality, Gromit. You are underselling yourself, friend. You have a lot of personality. Chill, Dave, I got a little sick and I hope it's almost over. Fingers crossed. Do you ever do any leather crafting? I have dabbled in the past, a long time ago, but generally not on stream. So it's not something that I do very often. It's a little bit more expensive and I don't have most of the tools where I live. So it'd be a little difficult and a bit expensive to get into for me at this point. So these days, not really. Maybe they look down on you, not really. Thank you. See, this is the kind of positive reinforcement that I require. I get the same thing, honestly, from friends and family. They're like, don't worry. The reason we pick hot fun at you is like, it's not because you're disabled, it's because you're an idiot. Thanks. That's what I need. Ah, dear. It's the same reason I've always been very hesitant to put any disability tags on my streams. Very hesitant. Because I don't feel like an advocate and I don't want to be reduced to that. So I especially don't want to be reduced to inspiration porn. You can be inspired by me, but I don't want you to be inspired by me because I have migraines. I want you to be inspired by me because of my costumes. Because, like, that's something I have control over and that I can do well. You have money lying around, and love to if you have money lying around. Oh, ho, ho, ho. No, I get what you're saying. Honestly, especially if it's something that I can apply to crafting, I actually really like taking up new things like that. I like crochet, knitting, stuff like that, which I can then maybe incorporate into costumes. I actually really, really enjoy that. I think it's one of the nicest things about cosplay is that it involves such a wide variety of skills underneath the bracket of costumes. So like, you know, you could be only a leather worker when you come into cosplay, and that would be the only skill that you brought into it, although quite a difficult and unique skill. But that could be the skill that you brought into it. And then you could be like, oh, it'd be useful if I could do some stitching and interesting embroidery types. And then that could be your cosplay. That could be what you do. Like, those are the things that you really enjoy, and that's how you make your costumes. And then, like, on the opposite end of the scale, you get people who go into foam, and they're like, I never want to leave foam. Maybe I'll stretch out to wobbler, but I like foam and I like wobbler. And, you know, it's good because you can be working with completely different techniques and completely different materials and still be in the same bracket of cosplay. And I think that's lovely. I think that's lovely. My sister picked up blackwork stitching and she got like amazing at it. Stitching I find to be very relaxing. It's not for everyone, but I really enjoy it because it's kind of the repetitive movement and like watching something grow from that. It's really nice. I love it since I can then insert all of my hobbies into exactly. And I'd say if you have even like the inkling of wanting to try something creative, cosplay will be there. Because you can come into it with any amount of skill and you can have a really good time. Also, Ashen, heck, thank you for the follow. That's very heckin' kind of you. Like, you could have maybe done a few drawings in the past, or maybe you do painting. There's a place for cosplay for you. Like, maybe you prefer doing designs for costumes, or maybe you like painting on the fabric and stuff like that. There will be a place in costumes for you with any level of skill. And it's really fun. And, like, of course, there are dramas that happen within the community. With any community, there are always going to be dramas. For the most part, people that like cosplay just like cosplay and like seeing other cosplays and like making costumes and being inspired by each other. For the most part, it's not changed that much. Like, yes, there are a lot of different ways to enjoy cosplay now. Like, whether you are like me and you like the crafting process, some people just like wearing costumes and will buy or commission them. Some people love body paint and making, like, costumes completely painted in, like, a one-off chance. Some people like designing costumes and they never make them. I think there's so many different ways you can enjoy cosplay and still be in the same community. It's good. It's good. I do full head silicone prosthetics and mold making cars. I met someone who did silicone stuff the other day and I was so surprised. Like, I came out of the blue. They were just like, oh yeah, I do like head molds and silicone stuff. And I was, where'd this come from? Where'd this hacking come from? But it was very cool. I think that's a really, really cool skill to have. I'd love to make a head cast one day so that I can do stuff working off that. But we'll get there. We'll get there. It would have been easier to do when I had less hair, to be fair, and I've probably made it more difficult for myself by growing my hair out. But that's okay. Listen, no one could go to a hairdresser for like 2 years, so I have an excuse, and I'm gonna keep using that excuse forever, I think. Oh yeah, remember back in like 2020 when the hairdressers were closed? Yep. Oh dear. Never not use that excuse. Always. Oh heck, Elite, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow as well. That's very kind of you. We've been talking a little bit about cosplay and all the skills you can use in costumes. I think as well, to an extent, like, you don't even have to have any necessarily creative skills. As long as it's something you're excited to do, you'll have a good time. And there are thousands of tutorials online at this point, so you could come in having never even drawn a picture and you could probably still have a really good time, I think. For me, when I got into cosplay, I'd been sewing for a bit already, and the first costumes I made were all fully sewn. So I had like a little bit of background, but still, when I look back at those costumes, God, there's a lot of heckin', what do you call it? Mistakes that I made that I didn't even notice half of them at the time because I was just so excited to make the costume. I would always recommend, if you're getting into like a hobby like cosplay, take pictures. Even if you're not posting them online, take pictures for yourself so that if you decide to continue the hobby, you can see what you were like when you started compared to now. Because sometimes comparing yourself to other cosplayers, you know, not for everyone. For some people it's inspiring, but for some people it can kind of knock their confidence. Depends on the kind of person you are, to be fair. But comparing yourself to yourself 5 years ago, you know, it's such a boost where it's like, this is how much I've grown. And yes, there are probably cosplayers out there better than me. There's definitely a lot of cosplayers out there better than me. Oh, heck!
Cool cat.
You just came in, Elite, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. That's very heckin' kind of you. I hope you like cosplay. It's mainly what we talk about here. But yeah, if you, what do you call it? You might find, rather than comparing yourself to other cosplayers, if that's not something that inspires you personally, compare yourself to yourself 5 years ago, and I can almost guarantee that there will be an improvement. There almost always is. Like, I made that mistake where I didn't take pictures of myself in costumes, especially because I wasn't very confident with how I looked. I didn't really see any need to document it. I didn't really have social media at the time, so I was like, I didn't bother. Which is why when you look back at some of my old photos of my costumes, they are like almost as if I'm just in the side of the shot. Like, I wasn't really taking photos for me. And I really wish some of these costumes I'd taken better photos of. Not because they're necessarily costumes I would wear now, but because it would be much easier to see like the growth. The growths that I've had over the last years, especially comparatively to the first ones. I am quite lucky though that my parents did keep a few of my old costumes, and I received them when they visited the other day, and they were like, "This is your house now. We're not keeping these anymore." I was like, "Thanks, parents." But they like dropped off bags with some of my old costumes in them, and oh my god. It was so funny seeing some of the stuff that I was trying. Oh, it's nice to see it. Thank you for the horn. I hope the work is going well. You know that feel. Yeah, it's like, I wish I'd taken them. I say no chill. You say no chill? What kind of stream is this then? Is this a high energy stream now? Oh dear. But yeah, I wish I'd taken some photos. I recommend it to anyone. It's the same like if you start streaming. even if you don't want them to be public, save your first few VODs, at least the first few, if you remember to turn that on. Save the first few, because then in a year or so's time, you can have a little look back at how your first few streams were, and you can see the growth from yourself as a streamer, and that's really nice. Look, I think with any hobby, taking pictures or evidence of like where you started, and then doing that same thing a year later, and then doing that same thing a year later, and it really stops you comparing yourself to other people as much if that's something that you don't like, and gets you comparing yourself 100% to you. So I have my first ever stream. I have it unlisted, but I have it. So that if I worry that maybe my streams aren't going anywhere, or that I'm not improving, or I'm not getting better and stuff like that, I can go look at that first stream and be like, you know what? You know what? We're better. Things are better. I almost lost them in a house fire. They smoke damage, but otherwise okay. We had a similar situation, but not fire. We had, I've talked about this on stream before. I'm not going to go into it big now. We were homeless for a short period of time, where the house we were renting had dangerous mold in it, and then we had to get it fumigated, and then all the clothing and cosplays and fabric that I had in the house had to go for a really, really high heat wash to make sure that there were no spores in it, and that destroyed a lot of my stuff. Yeah. But again, another reason to have like photos of it would have been really, really good. More beading, will it ever end? One day it will end, and on that day, I don't know how I'm gonna feel, Isocia. I'm gonna be like very mixed emotions, I think, of like, you know, wow, we finished it, but damn, I enjoyed this project. I had a good time with it. But yeah, so all of the scales need like a rose sequins around the outside. They also need beading down the middle, but I haven't done that yet. And then they need the extra little purple bits to make it look like they're connected to each other. They'll end up looking like small versions of this. If you kind of want to see, that's backwards, there you go. They'll end up looking like this, but smaller. So like the small ones in front of it, if that makes sense. Yeah. And they're very shiny, they're very sparkly. I've done the big ones though, so the small ones are much quicker, honestly. It doesn't seem like it maybe, but they are. Because I can go around the whole thing in one piece of thread, which means I only have to rethread once during each, well, I guess twice if you count the first one, but yeah. Twice during each scale, comparatively to 4 times that I used to have to do it with the big ones. My boss left me alone to sort the files. It's super quiet in here. Oh, do you need to put like a podcast on in the background or something so that there's noise? Because I feel that I'm like that. I love that song. There was a massive inspiration for me with the Beatles anthology, specifically Volume 1, because it's kind of awful. Sucking at Psych is the first step to getting good at anything. Yes! Like, when you make your first costume, there will be errors and problems and things you kind of wish you could fix, but maybe you don't have the skill to do right now. Focus on doing the things you enjoy when it comes to making your first costume, if you can, because like there will be things that you wish you'd fixed, but like if you're enjoying the process, then that will matter less, because you'll have had a fun time. And you know, there are tips and tricks online to like making things better. Wig styling is a really big one. If you can attempt to style your wig, it probably won't be perfect the first time, but it will send you down a good avenue and stuff like that. If you're buying costumes as well, it gives you something to still do. Oh dear. So yeah, there are things you can do, but I think for the most part, if you focus more on enjoying it, you'll have a better time with it. And for some people, of course, cosplay will become their job. And while I hope that they still enjoy it, it will definitely have a different feeling to it. But for the first costume you ever make, I hope you have fun. Oh dear. Chilling in your house? Heck yeah! Also, Koya! Welcome on in! We're doing more sequining today, so we're having like a chill stream. But honestly, I don't really have too many time limits on today's stream, so hopefully we can just keep doing chill things for a long time, make extra cups of tea and stuff like that. It's quite therapeutic. Oh, heck yeah! It is. Heck yeah! I find it therapeutic. I find all of these... The beading I sometimes find a little less therapeutic, even though it's quicker. But the sequining, incredibly therapeutic, because you're literally just sewing in a pattern. When it's quiet, I feel very sleepy, so the stream, a chill stream, really kind of not make it. Oh no! I'm sorry. I can't wait to work on my next cosplay. Going to Anime Con and now seeing you cosplay really gives me motivation. Only wish I had the time. But this is the thing, everyone has different things they can put towards costuming. Some people have lots of extra money to spend on their hobby, so they can spend a lot of money. Some people, like myself, have a lot of time, so we can spend a lot of time on our costumes. And some people are just very, very skilled, and so things take less long. But everyone's different with what they can spare for their costumes. As long as you have a good time, hopefully it doesn't matter too much. That's true, actually. Do you know what costume it's gonna be? Doing alright, tired, but yeah. Currently just working on shading a piece and I'll be done. Heck yeah, Koya. Nice job. You're making a human version of the puppet for FNAF. Which one? Cause there's a few, right? Who you going with? I learned everything about FNAF from Sandman. Who is it? Which puppet? Yeah. I got curious, as I know AnimeCon is a thing in the Netherlands, so I'm now curious, are you also Dutch? We have AnimeCon here in the UK too, but we have smaller ones. Where like, how to put it? They're like pretty small events comparatively to the Comic-Cons, but we still have them here. Ah dear, my first costume is so bad, yet memory of it, I want to repair but save myself that. That's important. Like, as much as having a hobby is a nice touch to your life, like, you gotta make sure you got food and sleep and rest and stuff like that first. I totally get you. But, yeah, I'm sure that you have, like, a really good memory of wearing the Guts costume. Ah, dear. There we go. The OG from FNAF 2, do you mean the marionette? Like, the puppet that I think was in FNAF? Yeah, there was... Oh yeah, because, like, I guess the others are animatronics, isn't it? Yes, I'm Dutch. It was the first one I got a ticket as a birthday present. Oh, that's a nice heckin' present. Yes, there's a pupper. I like the classic pupper, the OG one. Heck yeah. Oh dear. I don't know so much about FNAF, just to be completely open and honest, but every now and again Sandman comes in and tells me a little bit more about the FNAF franchise, and I learn a little bit more. Because I like horror games, but I guess it's not, I don't know how to put it. I like Alien, Resident Evil 7, that kind of style horror game. I guess to an extent Outlast, but I don't think Outlast is quite as good. Yes. After my first con as well, but I didn't get tickets for my birthday, got invited by a friend. You know what? That's still nice though. That's still nice. Being able to go to an event like that with a friend is lovely. That's the one that comes out of the box if you don't wind the music box. That one! Yes, I actually have seen pictures, I believe. What do you want to know about it? Honestly, I'm quite enjoying just randomly getting tidbits about the FNAF franchise over time. There's not anything specifically that I want to know about FNAF. I don't think it's the kind of horror game for me, so I don't expect that I'll be playing it. Just because... I don't know how to put it, but... It's like... It's not for me. I don't mind video games that have a lot of stuff outside of the video game, but for me, the video game itself has to be a game that I would enjoy as well, and I don't think FNAF is that game for me. I don't know, I like my horror, I guess, with more variety? Yeah. A fantastic documentary about Rockafire Explosion, which was the original inspiration for FNAF. The guy who created the animatronics still has some of them. Oh my god, for 21 months! Did somebody say video games? Yeah, we're talking a little bit about video games. Welcome on in for heckin' 21 months. Thank you so much, Shifty. That's very heckin' kind of you. Oh dear. So some of them are like melted latex, some striking stuff to see. I imagine that would be very interesting to see. My first ever cosplay was Toy Bunny from FNAF 2 also! Heck yeah. We've had some big FNAF fans in chat before. We'd probably love that. I don't think I've seen them today, but sometimes they pop in. They'd love that. Good morning, Jenny. Hope you're feeling better today. I am feeling better. Welcome on in, Cobb. I hope you're having a good day. Video games, heck yeah. Do you play very many horror games, Shifty? I know you started an Alien playthrough. I'm waiting for the next episode of that playthrough one day. But do you play very many horror games, like just by yourself, like for funs? Oh, I guess technically, actually, we did play some of Resident Evil 6, which was terrifying. Terrifying horror game. Absolutely Oh my god, I was so spooked every week playing that. Like, I'd get to the Monday and be like, oh my god, we got such a spooky horror game to play. What was the documentary called? That's true, what was the documentary called? Okay, I'm not napping, totally not. You can't nap, Isocia. You have the works to do, but I believe in you. You did play Resident Evil. Resident Evil 6. What are you talking about? Those running mechanics? The sprint mechanic was terrifying. Oh, also, the randomly getting struck by lightning for no goddamn reason. That, oh my god, so scary. And when the floor collapses and you have to run, like Tomb Raider style. So scary. Oh dear. Now Metal Rising on the... Oh dear. Now interesting thing, you gotta see it. Wait, have you not seen Resident Evil? Oh no, the documentary. I was gonna say, have you not seen Resident Evil 6? Like that is a whew. Scary. It is scary. I still have downloaded that game. Apparently it's just called Rock a Fire Explosion. Okay, also Jason. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. I hope your day goes well. I hope you had a good weekend as well. Yeah, I like horror games. I also like things like Resident Evil 6, which are not really horror, but they're like kind of horror. One thing that I have wanted to play for a while, but it would be a bit difficult, would be some of the Silent Hills. So I know there are some good Silent Hills and some bad Silent Hills, and I kind of want to play both of them. I want to play the good ones for like the general horror, because I never got to play PT either, which I think that I would kind of, since it's a shorter game, probably would quite enjoy. But I would like to play some of the Silent Hills probably. It's just called the Rock a Fire Explosion. It's free on YouTube. It's about Billy Bob's Pizza, which was bought by Chuck E. Cheese. Okay. Sick. Very cool. But yeah, I would love to play some of those Silent Hills. There's another one as well. Is it called Clock Tower? Is that the one I'm thinking of? They're like older horror games. I think it's called Clock Tower, but I could be wrong. I'm gonna look it up. It's like a kind of silly horror game. But I don't know if it's silly because... Oh, Clock Tower, I need to put video game. Video game, there you go. Into this one. I think it's this one. Yeah, PlayStation Clock Tower. I'd like to try some of these. Wait, was there... There's 3 of them? Oh. Okay. I didn't realize there were that many. But yeah, with the giant scissors, that rings a bell. Yeah. Silly horror. Silly horror. Oh dear. I do play one horror game actually. Not so much anymore because I got bored of it. I used to play it a lot. It's called something like Phasmophone. Ah, yes. You know, Shifty, I think you were scarier than the majority of the things in Phasmo. Firehead 2 is one of the best games ever, but last I checked it's not on Steam, so I haven't played it yet. That's kind of been my thing. It's like, I want to play some of the Silent Hill games, but because they're not really easily available, I haven't had the chance to do so. Desert Bus VR is a great horror game. That sounds like a great horror game. Sounds like a good one. One of my favorite horror games is Among the Sleep. It's not too scary, but you do get scared, and I like the story and the visuals. Is it like a... Oh, sorry, my stomach is rumbling. I need a biscuit. Is it like Limbo style, where it's like the visuals are a bit more horrifying, but it's not really a jump scary game? It's more to do with like the art. Silent Hill is great up to number 4, The Room. After that meh. Wait, there's a Silent Hill, The Room? Oh my god, thank you. It's a great compliment. I mean, yeah, I guess technically you would be the second ghost in the house if you did anything. So, yeah, you're a lot scarier than the actual ghost, and also a lot more deadly. Oh dear. I say again, I on Penn and Teller. Oh my god. There's some games I'd really like to try. There's some that I'm also not so interested in, like Outlast 2, I think it is. I'm not very interested in it. I don't know. Like, there are some horror games where I'm like, yeah, I'd really like to give it a try, and some I'm like, this seems kind of lackluster. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mac. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of. It's like, Silent Hill The Room? Like, wait, what kind of crossover is this? Oh, dear. The art, the sounds, all the things that make you scared, or at least made me scared like that. Yeah. Yeah, more than the monster. I figured it'd be one like that. There's a few really good games, like Little Nightmares, Fran Brow, and you've got, yeah, like all of the pixel horror ones, and then of course, yeah, that one. Sad that Silent Hill, you gotta get a PS1 and PS2 emulator, and Silent Hill, yeah, it's a shame because those are like games that I would really like to play, and they have pretty strong fan bases, right? So like, surely it's people would want to replay it, but yeah, they're a little bit more difficult to get your hands on. The thing is, after how popular PT was, even as just the trailer, you can kind of tell that there's an audience for this. What's the other one? Parasite Eve. Parasite Eve. Yeah, again, an older one, but one that I would like to play. I have watched some people play that one, but yeah. How about the Desert Bus? The horror game is that you drive around for 8 hours straight in the desert to Vegas and back. That is terrifying. Since you're playing as child, it's even scarier since you can't do much. I am very picky about those kind of games. Like, sometimes I'm like, fair enough, character can't do anything. Whereas sometimes it feels like they do that just to try and amplify it doesn't feel like it adds anything, you know? But then also, in some horror games, the resource management takes you away from the game so much. So it's like very give and take. Like, sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. It depends. I think, and that's another thing, like in games like Outlast, that I didn't particularly like, but I did like in Alien. Where in Alien, you can't defend yourself for the majority of it against the alien, but you can do stuff against like other humans. Which was nice, because it made it feel like I wasn't just completely incompetent. And it made more sense because I wasn't completely incompetent, you know? PT rip, yeah. Scariest game I played was The Uninvited for the original NES. That's gonna be another one that's like a little difficult to play now, is it? American Truck Simulator is a scary game. It honestly sounds like it. From everything I've just heard, it sounds like it could be horror game of the century. I'm terrified just hearing that name now. These double buses drive the equivalent lengths of the Earth's circumference. Oh, good God. Oh, good God. Why would they want you to do that? That's so much. Parasite Eve is fantastic. Also, Alchemist, welcome on in. Yeah. See, I've heard Parasite Eve is really interesting. And, like, obviously it's a slightly older game. Like, it's going to look a little older. But apparently it's, like, a really cool concept. It's a really nice game. Like, I really want to give it a go. But they're difficult. These are difficult games to play. Like, they just don't make it easy. And it's a shame because, like, again, I feel like Parasite Eve also has, like, a fairly good fan base who would probably like to play the game again. NES games are easy to get on emulator. Okay, I guess that's the benefit then. That's a small benefit there. Have you heard of Subnautica? I have heard of Subnautica. Yes. I personally don't have any fears associated with being underwater, with water creatures, stuff like that. So it's probably not quite so tailored to me, but I have heard that it can be quite scary and they'll come at you and stuff like that. So yeah, only 9% of players have gotten that. 0.9% of players have got that achievement. I was going to say like 90% of players got that achievement. Wow. Scary even does not say it's a horror game. That's kind of what I've heard about so I'm gonna have a biscuit quickly. That's kind of what I've heard about Subnautica, is like some people it will be much more scary than others, but it can be quite scary even though it's not tagged as a horror game, just due to the nature of it. I have Lotus Biscoff. Crunch. Excuse me, I want to look up some images. Oh. Let's not get biscuit caught in my frame. I want to look up some images of Parasite Eve now. There it is. There's more than one Parasite Eve as well, isn't there? Yeah, that's what I remember seeing pictures of. I specifically remember seeing this one and being like, that would be a really cool cosplay, except that it'd be a little difficult, but it'd be a really cool costume. Yeah, I think that looks really cool. But yeah, it's definitely got some interesting art. And like, I guess that's kind of the thing with Parasite Eve, it's like grotesque horror. But it kind of looks really cool. It looks really cool. Alien, welcome on in. We're talking about older horror games. Subnautica is brilliant, but if you have things like claustrophobia, it has much more of an effect on you. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I heard. Is like, it's a really good game and you will enjoy it regardless, but some people will be more scared than others. Do you mean fish tastes delicious or ocean water tastes delicious? Because it just tastes like salt. God, that was shifty. I think it takes 560 hours. God. Also, underwater fear of heights, if that even exists, but just how deep it can get me. Yeah, a lot of people, I feel like that's a big thing, is like it get really deep. And that is without closing the game or failing. God. Fun. Both calamari and seasoned water are both delicious. Seasoned water? No. You know, I think Clock Tower 3 is the one I've seen most of. Like, now that I look at it, I'm like, I think this is the one that I've seen. Because it's like the 3D style. I think it's this one. Sorry, I'm gonna just describe horror games now. What's the one which, a girl goes to a mansion and there's like, all of the servants are kind of like crazy in like different ways. Because there was a maid in that one that was a really interesting character where she's meant to like look perfect, but she's going insane because she looks perfect, or she has to be perfect. But I can't remember what that game was called. I forget the names, but it's like Atlasophobia or something like that. Yeah, I think it's a reasonably common phobia. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to drink the ocean water, then why is it already seasoned with salt? True. It sounds like Beauty and the Beast. It kind of is like Beauty and the Beast, but like take a horror spin on it. Where like, I don't know how she gets in this mansion, but she's in this mansion and there's like different members of staff at the mansion. There's like the old guy in the wheelchair. There's the really big bulky guy, there's the maid, and they all like at different times take turns to try and kill the main character. Like you meet them all basically at the same time, but they all take their turn to be the boss, if that makes sense. Don't know that one, Zero, you just can't ask people why they're winning. God damn it. I can't remember what it's called, but I can vividly remember it. Also, Fan, thank you so much for the follow. It's very kind of you. Resident Evil 7, I don't think it is, it's not Resident Evil 7, but I understand why you've said this. Because you know what? It is kind of like a very similar setup, but like 20 years before Resident Evil 7. If I type into Google, crazy maid horror game, I wonder if it'll come up. Because I feel like she's pretty... Oh no, there's a few maids here, isn't there? Oh dear, okay. I feel like she was pretty distinct. Oh god. Well, these horns coming from Zay. Thank you for the horn. Manic Mansion. Could it be Manic Mansion? Let me check. Mansion. Is it this one? No, it's not Manic Mansion. It's like 3D is the art. The art for it, that like you run around and it's like it's very 3D. I don't know. feel like... So I'm like looking up everything I can think of that would be like, maybe. Have I made up a game? I'm starting to wonder if I've made up a game. Oh, it wasn't this one, was it? Double check. That looks like a similar image. Is it Haunting Grounds? Yeah, Haunting Grounds. This is, yeah, and there's the maid. Should be a cool cosplay, but I don't think anyone would know who the hell I was costuming as. Yeah, Haunting Ground. This is the one. I saw a picture and I was like, that kind of looks like it. And I'm pretty sure there was a dog, but I could be wrong. Yeah, the maid character is really interesting. I liked her. She's cool. I definitely want to play that one. Oh, Dave. Yeah, maids are kind of popular. Didn't think of that. just like barreled on ahead, completely forgetting the fact that, you know, people do kind of like maids. Oh dear, these are all the ones I've done. Let me just grab a new one. Oh dear. Was it Shrek's Carnival Craze Party Games for Nintendo Wii? I don't think so. What was the name? Made of Scare? No, it is Haunting Grounds. If you said there was a dog, I would have known immediately. I completely forgot there was a dog. Like, it completely left my mind the fact that I think you have a dog most of the game. No, you have a dog, and it's Haunting Grounds. And it kind of... It is, now that you've said that it's similar to Resident Evil 7, like, it is kind of almost like a prototype of Resident Evil 7. Like, everyone's kind of having issues in their own way in the household, and you have to escape the house. The only difference is you don't have a wife. Isn't that the worst, when you got a character that you love, that you know no one's going to know the obscure character you want to play? It's not that bad. Honestly, it's nice when people do recognize a character, but like, even if nobody recognizes you, you still have a good time. Listen here, I love you all. Riku, thank you. Riku, what do you think of horror games? Are you a horror games fan or no? No. Are you horror or no? Oh dear. Yeah, no, it's Haunting Grounds is the one I'm thinking of. I would also like to play that one. Made by Capcom, who made Oh. Oh, wait a second. Okay, well that makes a lot of sense then, because yeah, when you think about it, when you like strip it down to the basics of what both of those games are, the game is quite similar, huh? It's quite similar. I never thought of that. Well, I'll be. I had no idea. Only horror game you played was Killing Floor. What is Killing Floor? Let's see. I feel like I recognize the name, but I can't place it right now. Oh! Yeah. I recognize this. I've not played this, but I do recognize it. Is it good? It's more of a shooter, right? Ah, dear. It's like COD Zombies on Crack. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought it was. Like, once I see the pictures, like, it's more of a shooting game, right? Ah, dear. I was looking at Haunting Ground and I was looking at stuff. It's criticized, like, bad clipping and lack of ability to widescreen, or disabling subtitles. Oh my god. Oh yeah, that's one thing I remember about the jiggle physics in Haunting Ground. I mean, listen, I think it's hilarious, but understandably it is going to put some people off, but you can also dress up your main character in the middle of, like, being murdered. You're like, I'm being chased, let me change clothing. It's a really weird mix of, like, you know, more jiggle physics kind of game versus horror. Because the characters are pretty well thought out. I played a character from an English manga, and I think, like, one person recognized me, and it was a one-eyed character that caused me to sprain my ankle. Oh, bless you. No. Oh, dear. I love it. Jiggle physics. Yeah, you get in the map and max 4 to 5 people, and you go against waves of zombies. Yeah, it just sounds like good old fun. Gynax bounce. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it wasn't that intense. Like, there are definitely games that have more bounce, right? But for the time when it came out and the theme of the game, I can understand it being a little distracting. But for me, I think that it only adds to the game. I think that's very funny. You might also like Project Zero Fatal Frame. I recognize that. Let me have a quick Google. That might be one that I've heard of before. That one's ringing big bells. I forgot about the jiggle physics. Oh dear. Yeah, this is ringing some big old bells. I've not played it, but I think I've heard about this one. Because is this the one which takes inspiration from folklores and stuff like that? If memory serves, that might be something else. But I thought this was the one. I think at the time when I heard about it, I was quite interested in playing in it, just because of that aspect of it taking inspiration from that. I always think it's a bit creepy, but it's cool. Like huge booba in a horror game, pog. Yeah, big pog, nearly as big as the booba. Based on a true story. Oh, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean it was based on a true. Is it actually based on a true story? Because I didn't mean that it would be based on a true story. Sorry, I meant like folklore. I have seen the footage and I see what you mean. Now I want to. Okay, 2 seconds. It's been a long time since I searched up Haunting Ground. If I type in Haunting Ground jiggle physics, will it just show me? Because I don't remember how bad it was. I remember it being there, but I don't remember it being that bad. Haunting Ground jiggle. Oh my god, yeah, it does come up as a search, to be fair. Oh mate, these are all playthroughs. Haunting Ground, jiggling boobs. Yeah, it's like not terrible, but it is something that, yeah, when you run, it's definitely something that they added to the game. A decision was made. Oh my god. Can you also see up her skirt? I can't remember if you can in that one, because she's got a very short skirt on. Oh my god. Are we lurking? Oh, we could have a good lurk. I hope that it goes well. Based on true booba. They added jiggle physics to base it on a real boob. Yep, okay, cool. Giant booba come to theaters near you. Oh dear, just DM the link. Oh, did you? Wait, you have another link? Oh, wop. Thank you, Jason. That's the one that I just watched, the jiggling boobs. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad we're on the same page. In case you have a lot of jiggle physics. Yeah, but you have to. So this is an older game, right? Which, you know, they were a bit more limited in how their graphics looked and stuff like this because it's an older game. They still put the effort into that jiggle. Whereas now, you can add jiggle physics to basically anything easy. But back then, they made that in. I think it's the same like it was! The VTuber, very relatable. You know, I can't relate to a character unless there is jiggle physics anymore. I need there to be jiggle physics to properly relate. Oh dear. Yeah, I think the one thing though that would make Haunting Grounds, like Shifty said earlier, stand apart is the fact that you have an animal companion during a horror game, which is not super common. Like to have an animal companion the whole way through the game with you, that is kind of unusual. My pooper doesn't jiggle bounce. Frank and Beans jiggle physics is the new jiggle. Oh dear. But yeah, it's like a little bit unusual. But to have an animal companion with you the whole way through a horror game. Because you'd normally expect, without trying to get too graphic, that your animal companion would be killed off pretty early on in a grisly way so that you don't have anything like comforting to rely on. But in this, you keep the dog. Get the dog. Oh dear, I wonder if I could have jiggle physics on a camera VTuber. Probably. I think you probably could. Could you get jiggle physics on like a film roll, like coming out of it, and then your film roll could be like boing boing boing, you know? I could do it. I think anyone can. Yeah, Shifty technically has jiggle physics on their wisps coming off the body, so they sway backwards and forwards. Like the girl from The Last of Us killing that bunny. Yeah, it's like You just normally assume that if there's an animal companion in a horror game that they will die, but in Haunting Grounds you just have an animal companion. It's nice. Yeah, no other jiggle physics. No other jiggle physics. It was very tempting to add jiggle physics to your main body and just have your body being like whap whap wherever it went, but you know, maturity decided not to do that. And like, wait on, maybe next year she'll make what? What is that from? A flippy floppy camera lens. That would also be kind of funny. Like a camera lens that bounces in and out, and then you have like the light wiggling on it. Definitely not a secret booper mode. Definitely not a secret booper mode. Also, did my stuff forget that I exist? There you go. It did forget that I exist, but it's okay. We're back now. Ah, dear. I love horror games. Did they have jiggle physics in Parasite Eve? I've not played Parasite Eve, so that's one that I'm like not so knowledgeable on. But I know that there's women in that game, and it's like similar graphics level, right? Maybe like not quite as good, but similar graphics level, right? Do the nurses in Silent Hill have jiggle physics? I guess I kind of strapped him with bandages though, so I guess it'd make less sense. I want to see that pyramid head jiggle physics. Like, oh dear. That would be a mod and a half. Horror games, but we add jiggle physics to everything. You didn't think that sword could jiggle? It can now. You know what? I'm sure there's a market for it. Oh. I've been watching videos on the worst Silent Hill games in the series recently. They came on my recommended and I was like, yeah, you know what, sure, I'll do that. Oh my god, jiggle physics Sunkoi! Welcome on in, I hope you're having a good day. We've been talking about old horror games actually. So like Parasite Eve, the old Silent Hills, Haunting Ground, all that kind of stuff. And this came along because in Haunting Ground, there is pretty intense jiggle physics on the character. It's for the time. For now, maybe not quite so much, but for the time, they put in pretty intense jiggle physics on the character so that when you're running away, you're like, you know? And because it is a horror game, you know, you are running away from things and hiding and stuff like that a lot. And yeah, it's just, I completely forgot that that was a feature of the game. I also forgot that she had a dog though, so you know, I clearly forgot quite a lot. Mainly what I remembered was one of the bosses, because I really liked her. I thought she was a really cool boss. If you guys don't mind some spoilers about like a 20-year-old game, the maid character, she's like very robotic and like she's almost like a doll. She's described to be almost like a doll. So she's like perfect skin, perfectly smiling, perfect body, like everything just like a doll, right? But of course she moves around and she does things. She cooks and stuff like that. But she is like having a mental breakdown. Because she's been created to be perfect, so she has to be perfect 100% of the time, and it's like destroying her from the inside to be so perfect. And if you're running away, you can actually distract her with mirrors because seeing her own reflection causes her to completely break down. And it's a really interesting boss, like that she just wants perfection at all times, and she'll kill things for that perfection kind of stuff. But seeing her own reflection causes her to completely have a meltdown, and you get some speed away from her because she is having a meltdown next to the mirror. And she'll also smash any mirror after having those meltdowns so that you can't use them again. Because again, she like so despises her own appearance. I thought she was a really cool boss. Like, she's not the main boss by any means, but I do think she was a really cool boss character. Jiggly Slenderman would Mr. Tickle, true. That would be something, but you know what? Let's add it, we can do it. Resident Evil 1 didn't have much jiggle. Hard to jiggle when you have tank again. We can add it in post. Ah, dear George, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome. We're talking about old horror games. I hope your weekend went well. Got to do some work. Oh, you're fine. Take care, Sunquiet. I hope that the work goes well. Don't mind us just talking about old jiggly horror games. You wanna play Bioshock again? Bioshock's another one that has really interesting enemies, which kind of have their own lore and stuff like that to it. Like, it is really cool, and how they tie in with the story, and the designs as well are really, really good. I think that's like a nice mix of like the design being memorable and then also the mechanics making sense to the character and stuff like that. It's good. Lore. I love Bioshock. I haven't played everything Bioshock, but I have played some. And I've played enough to know that it's a very hacking cool series. And I'd love to see the cosplayers as well. The cosplayers from Bioshock, whether it be like the older ones or Infinite, they're all so good. They're very stylish. And I like it a lot. Very hacking cool. It's a really cool concept as well. The world building around that one in particular is pretty damn cool. It makes me want to cry. Oh dear. I don't think Final Fantasy would be, I think, the main one for me as tears, and that's nostalgia tears, really. I don't think I've really played too many games that get to me like that. I think also because I avoid games like that, because like, you know, I like laughing. And Marek, welcome on in, Tuesday. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome. What outfit am I working on currently? So, it is technically the character behind chat box, but if you want a better picture and some explanation, !cosplay will take you to the character page. It's Mateus from Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. We've been working on it for like the last year, to be honest. We started it in August, and we've been working on it ever since. The specifically part that we are working on now is that we are working on the wings. So on the wings there are some red scales. You can kind of see them behind the chat box, but again they're a bit hidden. But yeah, that's what I'm working on now, the red scales on the wings. So I have quite a few already made, like we're getting there. Slow process, we're getting there. But this is what they'll end up looking like. The bigger ones ended up looking like, so we're doing the smaller ones now, where they all get little like straps and stuff like that. And yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Chrono Trigger, is that another one for you? I'm trying to think of like games that have really got me. I can't think of any. I've played some games that like Undertale, stuff like that are made to get you emotional, but I don't know. I haven't really had like the crying because of the game kind of experience for a while. I don't think. Not personally. I think probably doesn't help that I predominantly like horror games, and horror games are not really designed most of the time to make you cry. But yeah, I wasn't sure. I've been watching you progress for a while. I thought so. Yeah. It's a very slow progress, this one though. So it might look like we're working on a completely different costume, but it's just another part of the same one. Weekend went great, thanks. Woke up Saturday morning at 4 a.m. naturally and realized I didn't have to go to work. That's a good feeling. Beginner's guide, do not play it. Oh god. Oh no. I caught up when I make for burgers. Yes, that's a good heckin' vibe. Is your weather okay then? It's meant to be getting quite cold near you, right? There we go. Let's have some more tea as well. That's nice. Actually, I might take a moment, just while I don't have any more sequins out, to gather sequins. Because as you can see, I'm getting kind of short. I don't have that many left, and in a minute I'll have to do it anyway. So while I still have some spare thread, and I'm kind of at a good stopping point, let me gather some more sequins quickly. Yes. Oh, thank you for the egg. It's been raining every day, but it hasn't been too cold. Oh, well, at least it's not been too cold. I'm sorry. You seem to you've taken the Welsh weather, where we just rain every day. Meanwhile, over here, we're like having a mini heat wave. It's pretty all right. It's not too hot. I think it's going to get pretty hot by the end of the week. Yeah. Oh, dear. I'm trying to think games that made me cry. What have I played that's made me cry? I can't think of anything, you know? Sorry, but there is no game. There is no game that's made me cry. There is just no game. No game. No, none at all. I want to think of emotionally driven games. Like Final Fantasy, of course, does have like a lot of emotionally driven moments, but none of them have quite got to me. I know there are some games that I avoid. One, I'll talk about it, but I'm not going to play it. So there was a game that came out last year, I believe, called Omori. I won't be playing that game. But I think that one probably would make me cry. I think. Probably. Probably. I'm sure there are some games I must have cried at. What Remains of Edith Finch made me cry. I've heard that one's very good, actually. I played The Walking Dead, but I kind of got spoiled on the ending, and I think that's partly why it didn't make me cry. I got spoiled. Oh, To the Moon. To the Moon made me cry. There you go. We got one. We got one. I cried at To the Moon. There you go. Oh my god. I still can't listen to the song Everything's Alright. Everything's Alright kills me. I can't do it. I will dehydrate from crying. It gets me every time. I made for some Signal Simulator, a horror game on your kind of horror games are a different mix, huh, Jason? Battle End Theatre. Do not play it. Like, as in it'll make you cry? I don't mind crying. It's just it takes a special kind of story to make me cry. And To the Moon was that story. I cried at that. Oh dear. Like, to this day I can barely even watch people play To the Moon because it just makes me cry. Can't say you play too many horror games. See, there's a lot of horror games I want to play, George, that are a bit older, that are like on PS1 or stuff like that. They just don't have a good way of playing them these days, which is a shame. Because, I don't know, I'd love to replay some of them and just play them in general something. Because like, there's the old Silent Hills I haven't played, and I'd love to. I don't know how easy it would be to emulate, but I'd feel kind of... Well, I guess if it's the only way to play it though and stream it, then I guess it's a bit different. I'd want to at least own the game before emulating it, personally. But yeah, I'd love to play the old Silent Hill games. Maybe in October we'll have like we'll do some, excuse me, crafting still, but maybe we'll have like an old horror game kind of month, because I don't know how well I'll be in October personally, and with that being the case, I can't really plan for anything, but that might be a good thing to do. That's what I do like Mark plays Bad in Theatre and he voiced it very dramatically. Yeah, I'm very up and down about watching playthroughs. I used to like them a lot more, whereas now it depends, because if I ever want to play the game I don't want to be spoiled, which makes sense. Whereas before I'd watch playthroughs because I didn't have access to be able to play the game, so that made sense. So it's like, I'll never be able to play this game, so I want to watch a playthrough of it. Yeah, sometimes I watch them. I watch them less these days because I prefer the experience of playing the game, but it definitely... Oh, wasn't there a horror game that came out recently? Wait a minute. Like the Until Dawn kind of horror game. The Quarry, that's it, isn't it? Didn't that come out pretty recently? Has anyone played The Quarry yet? Sorry, this is not an old horror game now, this is a new one. Has anyone played that one? Oh dear, it depends. Yeah, it depends. Like, there'll be some things I'll like to watch people play and then some that I'm like, eh. The Quarry, yeah. Have anyone played it? I'm curious. I'll be honest. Thank you for the horn. I didn't play Until Dawn, but I had feelings about it. Yeah. Many people playing that today. Oh, really? So you know some people that are playing it? Heck yeah. I'm only invested in London Tipton and the Case, the restaurant night. Heck yeah. Oh dear. Until Dawn. It's still a relatively new game, so I don't want to spoil it. What I'll say is, as soon as they mentioned Native Americans, I was like, I know what they're going to use as the villain. It's the same thing they use every time there's Native Americans in something. It's literally the same thing every single time. Every single time. And like, but what I will say is that the story was pretty good. And like, I did genuinely enjoy going on the ride, but I didn't play it myself, I watched it. I actually quite enjoyed that one. That was alright. So I do wonder how the Quarry will be. I swear to God, if it's Native American again and they use the same thing, only because I see that it's in a forest, I'm like... Until Dawn is new, it's been 7 years! Oh, Robert, you can't do that to me. I can't take the passage of time. When you got for Silent Hill 1 of Fires at Eve, you're looking at a collectible at £40 plus. I'm happy to play that. This is the thing though, I'm not a collector, but I do the same thing with cosplay, right? If I make a character from a specific game, franchise, or something like that, that I don't already own, I will buy a piece of merch or I will buy the game, even if it costs. It doesn't really matter to me as long as it's not hundreds and hundreds of pounds. But I will own something from that franchise. First of all, because it's a nice memory of like I made that costume, but also it makes me happy to give back to the group that has inspired me to make something. So that's why I now own 2 copies of Final Fantasy IX. Oh dear. But yeah, it's not like you have to do, and I'm not trying to be preachy and be like, you should do this too. But personally, it gives me a lot of happiness to see that kind of like, we have a couple of shelves in the house, and all the stuff of it is memorabilia or the cases or a figure from something that I've cosplayed. And it makes me happy to see that, because it's like, without having to see the costumes that I've made, it's like a collection of memories. Oh dear. The Little Misfortune, I had to pause that one and cry a lot. Little Misfortune is great. Okay, I've not heard of this. Wait, I'm gonna Google it just in case I have heard of this and I'm lying to you. You never know. It might all be a big ruse and I know exactly what this is, but I don't recognize it. And so I will do a little search. Oh, yeah, no, I do reckon. Yep, I know what this is. I haven't. Yeah, cause I see it alongside Fran Brow a lot, and that one I know more about. This one I know very little about, honestly. I've not watched anyone play it. I've seen it hanging around, but I've not played it myself. Okay. Inside is a great one. Okay. That's going to be a bit more difficult to search, isn't it? I'm probably going to need to put inside video game. There you go. Inside video game, there you go. Oh yeah, this is like, is it by the same people that did Limbo? I can't remember. It's very Limbo-esque. I imagine it's a really nice game to just sit down and play. That's how I feel about Limbo, these shorter games where you can just kind of sit and play it in a day. Played it once, I watched it and played it like a dozen times. It's practically a film more than it is a game. Heck yeah. Okay, I don't dislike that. Oh dear. Maybe I don't know if I should pick up The Quarry. Maybe I'll wait until there's some reviews on it. One thing I have seen from The Quarry is like before they do any like making decisions, they like zoom in on the characters and make them go like. I don't know how I feel about that in a horror game. That's the only thing I've seen from The Quarry so far, is the zoom in on the faces while they're like moving around. It's very weird. It's kind of like, I guess close to like Uncanny Valley kind of creepy. My retro game hoard, I have 6+ copies of Final Fantasy IX. Give. I will steal them from you. Yeah, I don't collect, I just do the ones which I cosplay from, but I do like having something, and yeah, I'll probably with this one, I expect I'll buy Tactics Advance, which will probably be a bit expensive as well, but I expect that's what I'll get for this one, because I don't think there's a whole lot of merch. There's merch for Tactics, but not a lot of merch for Tactics Advance. Ah, dear, B-Movie the game is kind of tense, I imagine. Just come back from volunteers. With Mum and I see zoomed in Jellyface. We were talking about The Quarry. I haven't played The Quarry. I don't have any idea what happens in The Quarry other than it's in a forest. But I have seen a clip of them like zooming in on the character's face and making them go like. I was watching The Quarry, was like all the characters are kind of terrible, very similar to those games from the same group. Okay, so you don't like anyone. Is that kind of like they make the characters unlikable? I don't know why you'd do that. In a horror scenario, make all of the characters unlikable. Like, why? I guess maybe so that there's a better option that if you don't save them. I hear the one girl whose mouse moves at 80 miles and doesn't match anything she says. Oh no. I thought there would have been a pretty good budget for this game, right? But I guess it's a style. Oh dear. Don't tell me what it is, but what do you think of whatever the bad guy is? If you know what it is. I don't want to know, just in case I do decide to play it. But what do you think of the bad guy? Is it a good bad guy? Is it a predictable bad guy? Like Until Dawn? That's how I felt. I think horror films, we want the characters to be unlikable. I don't really understand it. No, I don't really understand it either. Like, I would have assumed you would have wanted them to survive. And like, especially in a game that's similar to Until Dawn, where you can have characters survive, but you can also have characters die. It makes sense to have a varied cast with like different opinions and different things, so that maybe as the player, you prioritize the characters that you like to live. You know, if you have an entire cast of unlikable characters, I don't really understand how that would help you prioritize anyone. I was distracted by the crazy mouth girl. Oh, okay, so maybe the villain is a little bit more hidden this time, because yeah, last time it felt very just like picking up a stereotype and being like, well, this is the only thing Native Americans are known for. Let's use that as the enemy. I was like, okay, but because of that, it meant that I could guess the enemy in like the first 5 minutes. And like, for a horror game, you kind of want to be like a little bit on edge and unsure of exactly what's going on, right? Like, you don't want to be guessing what's going on in the first 5 minutes, which I'm pretty sure in Until Dawn is also like the prologue. Yeah. Every character can survive and every character can die. Well, live, yeah. It can be alive. Oh, right, yeah, it's like... It's not that I'm against using that as the villain of that game. It's more how obvious it was, and that it took away any tension of being like every time someone was like, "There's something going on," I'm like, "Yeah, it's this." Oh, what's going on with it? It's this. And then like, you know, 3 hours later they reveal what it is. It's like, yeah, I knew that the whole time. And while there were bits I didn't know, especially to do with some of the characters, when it came to like the overarching villain of like, you know, what kills a lot of the characters, I suppose, or could kill a lot of the characters, it just didn't feel like a surprise. It felt like yeah. I think the villain here is kind of confusing at the start. That's good, that's good. Who cares? Mike is hot. Mike was in Until Dawn, right? Yeah. Is Mike also in the quarry? Wait a minute, does it have the same characters in it from Until Dawn? That feels kind of cruel. It does? Oh my god. Wait, so like they escape the mountain and then they get put in a quarry? These poor people. Oh no, okay. I don't want to do that. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. I was like, that would be so mean if they were like, Mike, you survived? Right, time to go into the quarry and get killed again. Oh dear, it turns out it's Old Man With is the caretaker, and I would have got away with it too if it weren't for you meddling. It is like that. Stop making your own plot. My plot is that whoever survives from Until Dawn gets taken to the quarry. So you could have a really big cast, or your game could end as soon as you load it because everybody already is dead. You take everyone, they've had a really traumatic experience, but for some unknown reason they decide to all meet up again at somewhere else in the forest. Maybe even the same forest, I don't know, and then they have the same experience again. And this time, if you didn't manage to kill them in the first game, now you can kill them in the second game. Okay. This is the best thing about, like, not having played the game. You can just make it up. Oh, dear. I like the community. Oh, thank you. Honestly, everyone here is a really sweet bean. Like, we have a lot of very creative beans in chat as well, but for the most part, we're just memers. We just like memes. Oh, and Ferret, thank you for the follow. It's very kind of you. Oh, dear. I really like the idea of, like, okay, so there were characters I really didn't like in Until Dawn. So, like, say Emily. I didn't like Emily. She was mean, and she kept, like, playing people and, like, being, like, kind of rude and expecting things, and I didn't like her. So if you fail to kill her in Until Dawn, don't worry, a new game has come out and you can kill her in the quarry instead. God. It'd be so messed up. Okay, so it has new characters. Are any of them hot in the new one? Do you know, Grobbit? Or are we looking at, like, a lot of... Wait, but how old are they actually? No, wait, they're adults, right? I think they're adults. I don't know. I'm assuming they're adults because they look like adults. Oh dear. Didn't like Emily, it's putting it lightly. Emily was awful. There's like a scene where she's like hanging, nearly dangling to her death, and she's like, do you even notice that I'm here? Like, come on, do you even care about me? I'm going to fall to my death. And it's like, Emily. Emily, please. Oh my god. Oh, I hated her. Thing is, I feel like in the playthroughs that I watched of her, she always seemed to survive, and I was like, is there anybody else I would kill? Maybe not. Maybe it's just Emily. The one Asian girl is cute, but yeah, also awful. Caitlyn. Okay, so Caitlyn is the new only savable character. Wow. How did they manage to make a whole cast of unlikable characters? It's like fair enough to have one or two unlikable characters, but like making a whole cast of unlikable characters doesn't seem like a good idea. Climbs up tower. Why is it so windy all of a sudden? Yeah. Emily was awful. I can't imagine playing a game if everyone is like Emily. I think I would just kill her. Oh dear. That's London Tipton and I stan her. Oh, okay. Cool. So okay, well, listen. We could do a playthrough, which is the only save Emily run. Everybody else does. Is that possible? Can you leave? Oh no, not Emily. Caitlyn. Is it possible to only? Yeah, definitely don't do the one where you only save Emily. Jesus Christ, that'd be a playthrough and a half. Is it possible to only have Caitlyn stay alive at the end of the quarry? Emily's meant to be the academic one. She's awful. She's awful. I like that one that listened to the podcast, but I forgot his name. Oh, is this in Until Dawn or in the quarry? I'm gonna guess it's in the quarry because I don't actually remember anybody listening to a podcast in Until Dawn. Yeah, I don't think... Did they have reception up there? I don't remember. I remember some of them being very anxious about their phones, but like, that was about it. The quarry. Okay, they're in the quarry. So there's someone who likes podcasts. I like podcasts. I think they're unlikable on purpose. I think they make them insufferable so you don't mind when they die, and I don't get it, honestly. No, like, if I accidentally kill a character because I've made the wrong decision, it feels more realistic that way. Like, you know, maybe there are characters who I don't prioritize because I don't like them as much, but I think it makes more sense to have characters that you don't prioritize, like Emily, and then characters that you do want to survive, so that if you do make a mistake and accidentally kill the character you like and leave alive the character that dies, that it'd be good. You know, it's like, it's got replayability and stuff like that where you actually save the people that you like. I don't think it's a bad thing. The girl who vlogs, she's awful. This is in the new one as well, isn't it? What? They have a vlogger? Why is there a vlogger? How does that fit into a horror scenario? Actually, I can kind of see it fitting into a horror scenario. I can imagine like things appearing in the phone and stuff like that, or the camera back, depending on what she's using. I can imagine that, actually. TikTok, eh? Dylan, the gay one? Maybe. I don't have a clue. She goes like 2 chapters half naked for no reason. Does she have jiggle physics? Because if so, then fair, but if not, then she's very behind in Haunting Grounds. Haunting Grounds said jiggle physics for a long time. Horror podcast, that's the reason why I like him. He's reasonable. Oh, okay, so he likes horror. There's always one person, I swear, that likes horror in these kind of scenarios. And they're either like the worst or the best. Because either they're like ignoring everything that they've ever learned and just being like a pain, or they're like being like, well, it could be this because like I listened to this and it could be this. The crazy mouth girl. Is she the girl also that talks at a mile a minute? God damn it. I like the gay tension between the two guys. That's probably the best thing. So what you're saying is the quarry is good for Pride Month? So we should play the quarry because Pride? Does it get the Pride stamp of approval, or is it not good enough? Oh dear. Okay. Get that down there. Ah. Unfortunately, I can't answer this question because I've not played the game. I don't want to respond to that. Fair enough, like... I guess the thing would be, maybe in a horror scenario it's not the best because... But then, they do say spookiness can bring you together. Like, it can any barriers you had from talking to each other in a scary scenario can get you, like, closer to each other. Like a horror house kind of thing. But obviously an actual horror scenario. So I guess romance probably wouldn't be the main priority for the characters, even if any of them are gay, bi, lesbian kind of stuff, trans. It probably wouldn't be the priority of the characters doing a horror scenario, because, like, why would you try and get into a relationship when everyone around you is dying? Yeah, I can kind of see it being, like, just a nice nod. Yes, because you have one choice, and this one guy is just straight up flirting with a guy, and he ain't hiding it. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Maybe one of the gay ones is a dude from Detective Pikachu. I've not seen Detective Pikachu. I'm sorry. Also, Alien, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I don't think there's supposed to be gay tension, but if you see it that way, it makes the story so much better. Okay, so, but wait. Okay, so is it like subtle? Like, very much open to interpretation? I'll be honest, that's one of my least favorite things. Like, I don't need it to be in my face, like, but just like, I don't know. I guess the subtle's okay. It's okay. I think what bothers me is when companies try and take a pat on the back for doing bloody nothing, when they're like, oh yeah, we're really inclusive, look at this character, they're gay, when during the story they haven't shown that they're gay at any point and it's not relevant to the story that's being told. You know what I mean? That's what I don't like. I don't like the retroactive, like, oh, they were gay, so there is representation, when nothing in the story indicates that they might have been gay. Oh dear. But again, I can't speak, I've not played The Quarry, I don't know, maybe it is really obvious, and it's not like something retroactive. Watch it, it's on Netflix. Book Robert, I don't watch films. It isn't blatant, no, it just makes the story better to ship it. Okay. The horror game, Shipping Simulator, where we go in and something's killing us, but what's more important to me is getting these kids in relationships. Very important. Like, look at these young adults. They need love. It doesn't matter that they're all dying, they need love. That would actually be a hell of a dating simulator. Dating in the middle of a horror scenario? Oh dear. Can have like fallback as well in case one of your main crush dies. Then you have the fallback one of the one that's still alive. Oh god, it'd be very dark though. Then again, there's a lot of weird dating simulators out there, so I guess it makes sense. Have you seen the Cam Girl Simulator game? I think I know the one you're talking about. It's the one which you have to monitor their depression, right? While they're streaming. And there are things you can do that make it better, but also normally have negative side effects ones. And yeah. There's a lot of content warnings on that one, which is why personally I probably wouldn't play it on stream, just because of those content warnings. But I think I know the one you're talking about. Hey, characters do talk about shipping people? Oh, they do! Okay, so it's in the game too. This is kind of what I mean, is like, I can't say because I've not played The Quarry, but at any point do the characters actually flirt or, like, initiate like that they are interested in each other, or is it 100% oh by the way that character was gay, you know? Because that's what I dislike. I dislike the, like, okay, how about this? I guess an example would be Encanto. Now I don't want to spoil Encanto because it's a great movie and you should definitely see it if you haven't seen it, blah, 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 blah. But there were a big portion of people that were saying Isabella had to be lesbian. Now, at no point in the story does it in any way indicate that Isabella is lesbian. But because of certain things she does, people put that on her. Now, if you are lesbian, or I'm going to say bisexual woman as well, and you identify with that, there's nothing wrong with it. But giving Disney a pat on the back for gay representation where there isn't actually any representation, I don't agree with that. Not at all. I don't agree with slapping representation on characters, because what you're doing is giving props to a company that hasn't done bugger all, and it's just left you to do the work for them, if that makes sense. And I think especially with big corporations like Disney, I really disagree with that. Yeah. But it's not to say that if you don't identify with the character and you are lesbian, that's fine. But giving giving Disney props for something that it doesn't do, I don't agree with. I don't agree with doing that. In fact, I don't agree with doing that with any company. Giving them props for stuff they don't do? No. Do it, and then we'll give you props. This ain't it. There we go. It was one time and it was straight. Oh, okay. So wait, so they're bi. If you can play it straight and play it gay. I have not watched Encanto. Watch it! Ah, dear. So I haven't seen the whole game, but so far I haven't seen confirmation about the relationship. Oh no, no confirmation there. Exactly, nothing. But lots of people were like, this is gay representation. It's not unless it is explicitly said. And let me be clear, there were times in Encanto they could have explicitly said, oh, that doesn't work for me, I don't like men. And that would have been the confirmation we needed. That would have been it. But they didn't do that. And maybe they didn't do that because they wanted the character to be straight, and that's fine too. But saying that it's representation and giving a company props when they haven't done that is, yeah, no. Make some choices. You can see how this one guy is open up offline with the other guy. Okay, well, as long as it's in the game, then that's fine. Doesn't really count as rep if it's not explicit and can be cut out with no effect to the plot. Yeah. And I mean, you could take it a step further as well and say by saying that the only reason she did that was because she was lesbian, even though there was no indication that that's what it says, is also taking away autonomy away from one of the characters. But queer baiting is frustrating. Yeah, I was more frustrated with Turning Red, but that's tricky to talk about. That's fair. I haven't seen Turning Red, so I might not be as knowledgeable. I watch like 3 films a year. I'm terrible with films. Also seconding the watch it for Encanto. Yeah, don't get me wrong, Encanto's a wonderful film. Really, really good. I would recommend it to basically anyone. But, and again, if you recognize traits of yourself in the characters, if you identify with the characters, there is nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. In fact, that's a really good thing because it means they've made relatable characters. I just don't agree with giving companies credit when they've not done things. So, like, yeah. He literally asked for his number 3 times? Okay, you know what? I would say that's blatant. That's blatant enough for me. Oh dear, seriously, everyone should watch Encanto. It's just delightful. It is. JK saying double Mother's Day but not showing any... That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's the going back and being like, oh no, this was representation because this character was gay. Okay. Never said in any of the mainstream books. What it feels like is you're trying to make everyone happy, and when it comes to equality, you can't make everyone happy. So like, it doesn't really, and also to be fair, it's J.K. Rowling, so like, we're not going to give them any benefit of the doubt. But like, yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all. It's trying to play both sides, which you can't in these kind of problems. Like, you pick a side or the other. I have a lot of feelings, especially with it being Pride Month right now. I'm not going to say who I work for. I'm going to keep that very, very secret. But the company that I work for has done the same thing that a lot of corporations have done, which is turn its flag to the Pride flag for the month. And I heavily disagree with it. I'm not going to go into exact details of what my company does, but there is one very specific thing that it does that is incredible. It's changed it now after complaints, but it did it for years, and it was awful. It was awful to the LGBT members. Specifically, at times, it would target trans people. Not like necessarily staff, but customers. It was awful. Absolutely awful. And I complained about it as soon as I found out that it was a rule, and I was told there is no point in you taking this further. They won't listen to you. And that's what I was told. Like, I was like, I want to take this further. We can't have this. This is so unacceptable. And they were like, don't bother. No one's going to do anything about that. And now we've got the Pride flag as our logo. And I disagree with it so heavily. Because even though they've changed it now, for the majority of the time that I've worked there, they've had this particular rule. It's awful. When I leave there one day, maybe I'll tell you what that was. And you can see why it makes me so angry. And I've been offered, because they know that I'm bi, they're like, do you want to represent Pride within our shop? No, actually I don't. Because I don't believe that this is a shop that deserves to celebrate Pride yet. And like, it's not that I'm trying to say that the members of the store, like people like me, can't celebrate Pride, but I don't think the store should benefit from looking like it's inclusive. Which is a shame, because I very much like my job. Yeah. It's like changing the logo, but not doing that in some countries. Exactly. It is exactly that. And I feel very uncomfortable working as part of a company where I know they've done that. I give Disney credit for speaking up on the It Gets Better movement. When Tom Hanks spoke up, it felt very real. Yeah, so Disney deserves credit elsewhere for some of the stuff that it's been doing. And I'm not going to say, like... I to be clear, I don't believe Disney is homophobic as a company. I don't think that it is. I can't say I don't work for it, but I don't believe that they are. What I am saying is to not give a company credit where they haven't done anything. Big feels to you for your principal stars there, Jelly. Thank you. But like... It's really difficult to explain without telling you exactly the scenario, and I don't really want to go into it while I still work there because I do need to get paid. But it is one of the main reasons I would want to leave, is because it's so against what I agree with. And again, they've changed it now, not because of anything a single member of staff said, but because it got to the media. So some local newspapers started talking about it. And that is the only reason they changed it. And we, like, when I found out this had happened and that we had this rule, I went to other members of staff first and foremost, and I was like, did you know about this? And they said, yes. We have tried protesting it before. They don't do anything. And then I took it to one of the managers and I said, listen, this isn't okay. And they said, don't bother. No, it won't change. And I was like, right, okay. I think I get the picture. Oh dear. I don't think they're homophobic, but they're more interested in money. Oh yeah, I'd be honest, I think Disney is more interested in money than anything. I think it is, I think the people that work for Disney, like the producers, like the people that do the compositions and the animators, I think they care. But I don't think that Disney as a company cares. Oh dear. Just got GTA ad on the stream. Majority of viewers here definitely, oh yeah, for sure. We all play GTA. That's us. Also, Sandman, how goes it, Sandman? Earlier we were talking about FNAF. We had some people who cosplay FNAF in the chat, and they were telling me some bits about it. I'm gonna just presume you're talking about Tesco. Yeah, let's just say I'm talking about Tesco. That's easier. And then they want money, but the people that do the actual work care more about... Yeah, that's how I feel. I don't think they're homophobic. I think they mainly just care about money. But I think the people that work there do have, like, good hearts. Ah, dear. You return. Welcome back, Shifty. Shifty, have you heard anything about the Quarry? We were talking a little bit about the Quarry before this. It's meant to be like the new Until Dawn style game. I think it's made by the same people as well. I haven't played it. The only thing I've seen is like a really weird still frame, like moving weird still frame of like a face. Ah, dear. Little Aldi Morrison Sainsbury's. I like Little the most too. I do like Aldi a lot, but Little is my favourite. I have to go back a bit later and hear that. Yeah, I mentioned that we sometimes had you pop in and you would tell me little snippets about the FNAF lore. But there are clearly some other people that also really like FNAF here. I like money too, heck yeah. Also, Hut, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. I heard the name but never seen it. I think it came out pretty recently. Yeah, so Hut, just for context, we're talking about a game called The Quarry, which apparently, I'm pretty sure it's come out recently. It's a new horror game. I don't want spoilers if you have played it, but we've just been chatting about that a little bit. Because Until Dawn was quite an interesting and unique game, so I'm imagining this will be kind of interesting. I'll wait to hear some stuff back though, to be honest, before I make any decisions. Ah, dear. I'm gonna watch a playthrough of it at some point. Maybe that's what I'll do too, because that's what I did with Until Dawn. I watched a playthrough of it. I don't know how much interest I have in playing it. From what I've been told, the characters leave much to be desired. I'm actually playing Security Breach, went back to it, but I still the others to play and finish too. Oh heck. I don't normally play those types of games. See now I love anything horror. But there definitely are horror games I prefer. We've been talking a little bit about wanting to play some of the older games like Silent Hill, Haunting Ground, Parasite Eve, all of those kind of ones, Clock Tower, but they're a bit more difficult to play, most of those, because they don't have an easy way to play it if you don't have the original console, which are quite old at this point. I like Become Human. Oh, the Detroit Become Human. I watched the playthrough of that one. I didn't play it myself because it didn't immediately grab me, to be honest, as a game that I'd like to play. But I think that I will probably end up playing it at some point because, you know, it's one of those games where you goes on your own decisions and stuff like that. And yeah, imagine I'd actually have some fun playing that one. Oh, I've seen a lot of costumes from that because it's not. Oh, I'll just be right there. 2 seconds. I think it's potatoes, if I have to be honest. I'll double check. There you go. I didn't play it either, but it looked good. I've like some of the Detroit, but what I've heard about the dev has had me on it. Oh, is there some behind the scenes nasties? Oh dear. What is that for the main character? Seems like good at. I played it 4 times. We all have games like that. For me, it's Final Fantasy IX. I don't know how many times I played Final Fantasy IX at this point. A lot. Oh dear, but I do like it. Potato is very hot, but potato is good. I'll leave that to one side, and when it's cooled down a little bit, I'll eat the potato. Oh dear, it's been a while since I had potato. It's good. What time is it then? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, it doesn't really feel like lunchtime yet, but I am a little hungry. It is in fact midday, so kind of lunchtime. Final Fantasy X tend to have the best costumes. Final Fantasy X kind of took a turning point for the Final Fantasy franchise, where they moved more towards predominantly human designed characters. So they took away like a lot of the other races at that point, or they became like pretty insignificant to the series. And then from that point on, excluding the MMO, or the MMOs, the mainline series have had less and less, how to put it, non-human characters. Potato! Quantic Dream is notorious for sending notes around the office, making horrific sexist remarks and other stuff. Oh, I see. Is it similar to what was happening at Blizzard? That kind of stuff. Agreed, but I love the costume. No, you're fine. You listen, you love whichever game you love and you're all good. I would say 10 has some beautiful costumes in it. Lulu's kind of an interesting one. I can't imagine sewing through that many belts. But yeah, they have some definitely interesting ones. I like Waka. Waka was one of my favorite characters from 10. I don't know, because I hated Blitzball, but I liked Waka. Rather, yeah, it's a similar situation. I wondered. It definitely, like you said, it leaves a bit of a sour taste in the mouth when looking at certain games. Yeah. The only thing that you can kind of be thankful for with that kind of situation is that if it gets brought to the public, they're probably going to make a pretty intense effort to improve it. And like, should it get to that point? No, it should never get to that point. There's always something that should have stopped it. But if it gets to that point in the public where people are aware and are criticizing it, normally they make a pretty dramatic change for their employees. Oh dear. But at the end of the day, you're all well within your rights to still never buy from those franchises and stuff like that. Like, it comes down to personal. I'm not gonna bash anyone who does. But yeah, it's a personal decision. Ah, dear. Go. Oh yeah. It's a good point. I like it when it gets discussed. Yeah, it's like a difficult one because the internet kind of gears you to have a really strong opinion one way or the other, but a lot of it comes down to whether you think people can change and whether they deserve a chance to give that a go. And then again, a lot of it comes down to, well, what did they do?
And like, how much do we have to forgive, kind of thing. And personally, I like to believe people can change. People do make mistakes. Do I think people should be cancelled? No. But do I think positive change should be made? Yes. So I have a very mild take on a lot of things, but the internet kind of gives you that you have to be 100% one way or the other. And if you're not 100% one way or the other, then you don't care about people, or you hope that these people go die or whatever. When I think it's a bit more nuanced than that. Thing is, Twitter doesn't let you be nuanced, and that's where half these things happen. Matrix, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. It was brought to the public view with Ubisoft, and they made no major changes. They just announced the next Assassin's Creed and everyone forgot. The only reason they're still changing at Blizzard is unionization. Yeah. You monster. I know, right? Having like a mild take. I think it's difficult as well because a lot of the time these things happen, you know, if it's with a big company, there isn't really a lot of excuses to make, like that shouldn't be happening. But when it's with individuals, it's oftentimes a mistake. And I want to believe that people can, through their actions, show that they have improved. Nuance more like Hitler, I know, right? It's terrible, it's terrible. Having a nuanced opinion on stuff like this, like, a lot of the time when you see drama on the internet, it's like, yeah, I hope that they change their opinion and make positive improvements. But the idea, okay, so what I bring it back to, do you remember, this was kind of a big thing a while ago. A woman left the Westboro Baptist Church and decided to commit her life to trying to make other people's lives better and like replace her worldviews that she'd had for the first 20 years of her life with things that were a little different and were more inclusive and stuff like that. There will be people that won't forgive her, and I completely understand why, but I think when someone makes such an obvious effort to try and improve and be a better person, regardless of the fact they came from one of the most hated groups in the world, who do some of the most worst things in the world, like they're awful, that she's made such a proper effort to change herself, to change where her beliefs align, to positively impact the people around her. And I think looking at that, you have to believe people can change. But, and it's a big but, if there are crimes involved, people have to live with those crimes and maybe do time for those crimes. And also a lot of it comes down to, well, are you actively making an effort to change? And you can tell when people do care versus when people are just saying it. Ah, dear. A mild take is the hottest take. It really is on the internet. I want to play more Silent Hill. You should! I would play it if I had it. She's a fascinating lady. She is. And it's not a matter of people changing. It's a matter of people facing consequences. Yeah, but did they do anything illegal? This is going to be the thing. If they did something illegal, yes, they deserve to face the consequences for what they did. But if they didn't do anything illegal, if it comes down to just people disliking what they did, then it's up to them to make a proper change. Yeah, she's actually sort of petite. Oh my god. No big butts. Big butts away, guys. No big butts. But yeah, I think as well, like, the world needs more nuance. The world does need more nuance. But social media doesn't allow for nuance. And if you try to take a more nuanced take, you are put into one group or the other, and no one accepts it. There's no way you can really approach most of these things with nuance online in a way that doesn't make it seem like you're siding one way or the other. And I think a lot of the time I do side one way or the other, but that it can be more complicated than what we are shown, you know? Yeah. Just extremely inflammatory and hateful, yeah. And if that's the case, then it's up to them to make a effort to positively start impacting the world around them. And if they don't, then that says more about them, and you can make a decision based on that. But if they do, it will be up to every individual whether or not they decide to forgive them. But a lot of it comes down to whether you think people can change. And I've changed a lot as a person. Not maybe as much as some of these people have, but like I feel like I have. And I want to believe that other people will also change positively. A bit of a fanciful take, for sure. And there are cases where it takes longer. I remember when the whole thing with Sia was happening, and how upsetting that was. And it was really hard to look at it and be like,
you ever had good intentions. But I think in the mind of her, she probably was doing a good thing. And I still don't listen to Sia's music. I still struggle with it. But I want to believe that in the future, if she did something positive for the autistic community, that it would be authentic. They broke the guidelines in their own company and were given favourable treatment because they were higher-ups. In Bobby, because he issued death threats to one of his staff members, and in most cases stuff is still happening now. I think what I'm talking about is not like, I don't want to bring up every negative every negative incident that's happened on the internet, because like we'd be here a while and also it's not really a very fun stream. I'm more talking about personal takes on, well, how do you approach it as someone who isn't involved? Yeah. It's, would you forgive someone if they showed that through their actions they had make a proper effort? Because talking about specific instances only goes so far. Again, it's a very nuanced thing. You can't really lump all incidents in together and expect that you can find a solution that fits all of them. Because you can't. You can't. Like, the variety of things that people do, the different groups that they hurt, and whether or not it was intentional or from ignorance, it's a very, very nuanced topic. And I mean, even to the point of, excuse me, sorry, ow. That was not what I wanted to do. Jesus Christ. It made it sound like I was trying to erase someone's name. Even the case of whole companies, there's always the argument, I suppose, of should the whole company suffer? Should people be made unemployed for those people that are doing that? And while it should never come down to that, it has previously happened where people have, been let go from the company because the company is not earning enough money to ever continue supporting itself, and a lot of these people might be innocent. It's tough. If they reliably proved they had changed, I'd be willing to work with them, but they would not give them a way out of consequence for previous actions. That's fair. Hey, we all have our own what do you call it? Blah, 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 blah. Our own takes. Yeah. I think the real issue, like Shifty said earlier with the internet, is that there is no nuance on the internet. And I think as well, if that's your main source of information, then what will end up happening is you'll get very, very biased sides from one side or the other. And it can be difficult then to form your own opinion when all you're hearing is, I believe this and this is the only way and blah, 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 blah. When most things are two-sided to an extent. Not everything by any means. There's a lot of times when people are just assholes. Yeah, I think, okay, let's put a really, really recent one. I am a disabled person, so I shall speak on this. Lizzo. I love Lizzo. I really like Lizzo. And I'm glad that it's ended up the way that it has, because I really like Lizzo. She's one of my favourite artists. But she released a song about empowerment where in the first 15 seconds she used the word spaz, which has, at least in the UK, and I'm pretty sure it has the same roots elsewhere despite what people have said, it's basically short for spastic, and it's a way to insult people with motor neurons, with basically movement spasms and stuff like that that are often disabled. That is what that word is. It's used to describe a condition, but also it's been used to target disabled people for a very, very long time. It is 100% a slur over here. And in America, I did see a few people try to say that it's not used in the same way, but it is still the shortened version of spastic. So even though it might not be used as the same way over here, it is still the same slur. And she didn't realize. Because from, the way that she'd heard it was that it's used to be like you're acting out, you're being weird, you're being annoying, that kind of thing. And that's how she's heard it used. You can see when you see the origin of the word being a literal diagnosis to the fact that it's when you use it, it means annoying, weird, irritating, that kind of thing, like acting out. That it can very clearly be used as a derogatory term for people with that disability. But because it was so widely used as a word to just say, oh, I'm just, spazzing now, I'm just, forgetting something, or I'm just being irritating and stuff like that, that they wouldn't know. And in her case, she's issued an apology and been like, I didn't know. I had no idea that's what it meant. And now that I do know, I'm getting it out of the song. I'm re-uploading the song, not having that in it. And, you know, it was clearly a mistake. Like, when I think Lizzo, I don't think ableism. That's for sure. And I think most people saw it as a mistake and were like, hey, just so you know, that is a slur. Would you mind removing it or like changing something so that it's not in the song? And I'd hope most people would see that apology and see it as genuine, because people do make mistakes. But there will be people that will hold it against her forever, and it's going to happen, almost 100%. And I think it's such a shame when you can see, like, what more could you want from this situation? They've removed the song, so they've re-uploaded the song. They've acknowledged, oh shoot, this was a mistake. I didn't know, and so apologized publicly and re-uploaded the song. Like, what else do you want when you have an issue like that? It's normally because you want something fixed, and I think she did it perfectly. And I'm so glad, because I love Lizzo, and I don't want I want good things for her. But yeah, I think, you know, you can make mistakes, and I hope in the future it becomes more that you can make mistakes and it not be the end of someone's career. Yeah, because on the internet, that's hard. That's very hard. Strong believer in rehabilitation. Most of the times bad things can't be undone. I'd rather give that person an incentive to want to be a better person by persuading them. This is the thing. And maybe you're the person that's been hurt. And at the end of the day, it doesn't mean that the hurt's gone away, but if you can see that they're not going to do that to anyone else ever again, like they've fixed whatever has been going wrong and they don't do that anymore, it's kind of the best you can ask for after the situation's already happened, at least in my mind. People often don't know that spaz is wrong, but the slightest investigation... Yeah, it literally just takes you to Google the word. I will say, if you Google the word, it comes up straight away. But yeah, do songs not go past tons of people, at least at her level? We forgive you for your mistakes every stream. Exactly. Listen, I have to take this mindset, because otherwise I'd be cancelled the first day I started streaming. But yeah, over here at the very least, it's a very, very mean slur. Specifically normally used, well, this is a thing that I want to say, it's normally used against people who have muscular issues with spasms and stuff like that, but because of the nature of the word, it is generally also just used against people who exhibit unusual behavior, which would also then go over to other disabled people with what do you call it, like mentally disabled people as well as physically disabled people, because the meaning of the word is basically just an insult. I kid, good. Because that's kind of how it was explained when I saw people explaining it to Lizzo. And what I would like to say is I'm not downplaying the fact that some people definitely jumped on the Lizzo train just to be racist or make comments about her looks and stuff like that. There were people that did this, but the majority of the disabled people who were talking about it were like, listen, that is a very exclusionary word. Could you remove it from the song? And it was done. It was my bad, and a proper apology was issued, and it was removed as a song. And as someone who is disabled, that was enough for me. That's all I wanted. I wanted to be able to sing that song with everybody else, basically. And that meant that I could sing the song with everybody else. So like, what degree is that though? I'm sure you're totally right. This is another example. There's a publishing company run by another YouTuber. They published a book about the first conflict between Russia and Ukraine. It's written by someone from Azov Battalion. Literally 10 seconds after Googling, show you Azov Battalion is a volunteer force, basically Nazis. He pulled the book and apologized and said he didn't know. And it's like, did you do your due diligence? But this is what it comes down to: is are people allowed to make mistakes? Did they do their due diligence? No, they made that mistake. And after it's been done, what is the most you can ever expect from them? It would be to pull the book, maybe to rewrite it even. And at that point, what can you expect from somebody, you know? It's like, can you physically expect more other than an apology and pulling the hurtful material? And not, in my opinion, not really. The thing is, the book of the guy's experience in Ukraine, you can't rewrite that. No, you couldn't rewrite it, but you could rephrase it in a way that shows that there were definitely things that they know in post that might change their opinion on the events that happened, you know? If someone's failed to do due diligence, they can still learn. See, now that would be my take as well. It's like, you could Google spaz and, you know that it's a very offensive slur to disabled people. You could Google it, but they didn't. They forgot. They didn't realize. They didn't even think to, maybe. And was it due diligence? No. But have they fully apologized and done everything they could to fix it? Yes. I think that's what it comes down to. Have you done everything you can to fix it? And if you have, then that's in my book. You know, again, I can only really talk about things that affect me or that would involve me because, you know, I live through my own experiences, right? So I can only really talk about how those things affect me, which is why I can talk about the Sia situation and why I can talk about this. But, you know, the difference between Sia and Lizzo, Sia continuously fought against autistic people and saying, you're wrong, the reason we didn't hire you because you're shit, you're bad, it's all you, and you're attacking me, rather than doing, like, she literally worked with a hate group. So rather than doing, like, looking into what people are complaining about, because I'm gonna put it out there, people brought it up with the same kind of passion as they did to Lizzo. Nothing really changed there. And yeah, they didn't pull it. I think she put a warning in front of it to say there was some hurtful material, but she didn't make the film viewable to an autistic audience because of all the flashing images and over-sensory stuff. There is still a restraint scene in the film. You know, it's all the complaints people had that are very reasonable, but doing nothing about it and blaming the autistic community. It's different, and I do want to still believe that if Sia did something in the future that did rectify it, that we could believe it. But as of right now, nothing has been done. Googling one word from your full song, maybe not. Looking up a person you're working with on a full book, maybe you really should. Yeah, again, I'm gonna put it out there, both in my mind. It's like, you could have done it, but you didn't. And since you didn't, what do you expect of that? Okay, that's a good question. Hurt, at this point, what would this author have to do to be, you know, in its good books with you? What would they have to do? I'm curious. Or is it that you can never forgive them? Like, that's just completely unforgivable? Because I want to be clear, I'm not saying that you should forgive this person, I'm just curious. I hate when people say all sorts of hurtful comments and start to get back at someone just because they did something bad, yeah. So yeah, you could never forgive them at this point for the stuff that they've done. So in the same vein, I'm assuming you would never forgive people like the people that leave the Westboro Baptist Church and stuff like that, because they are basically the equivalent of modern day Nazis. Or would it be a bit different in that particular case because they've done so much advocacy? Oh dear, just because they did something bad doesn't make the comments okay. Yeah, exactly. I think this is where the nuance on the internet comes from, is like, do you care about the issue being resolved or not? This is the sort of people who have gone to take Ukraine because they shoot people, not because they want to help. Okay, but what I'm asking is not that. In this, maybe what you've done is brought in someone who is completely irredeemable. I don't know. I have no idea who they are, truthfully. But what I'm asking more about is what people would need to do to be redeemable. Yeah. I'm not touching that. Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe you've just brought up someone that physically you could never forgive. Oh dear. I guess as well, I'm more talking about the internet and how the internet approaches these sort of things. Oh dear. There we go. At the end of the day, it is a difficult topic and it is very nuanced. Like, personally, I do genuinely, I want to believe that people can change, but it does take quite a bit, especially depending on what you've done. Like, again, a good example to an extent would be if you're someone who has committed a crime, you might never be forgiven by the family you affect or the people that you have affected in your life, especially if it's something like you've killed somebody. You should do your time for the crime that you've committed, absolutely. After that, it is about making yourself a better person, which hopefully has happened during the time that you're in prison or whatever. And then it's still up to the individual whether they forgive you. And they might never forgive you. And that's just something you have to live with if you've done that kind of thing. Oh dear. I can't stand that guy. The internet is all over the hecking place. Maybe I should change the subject because I have a feeling it's gonna go downhill. Walk up to Black Lives Matter march, take a shirt off, just to say, if I can change my mind, so can you. Black Lives Matter. Yeah, I think that it's difficult because like you can never take back the things that you've done, and then if the people that are affected by the things that you've done don't forgive you, you live with that. Everyone should live with that, but I think everyone should be given the opportunity to change. It might be worth changing the subject. I don't think anything good can come good. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, when people are bringing up literal Nazis and being like, I won't forgive that, it's probably time to change the subject. We have gone off on a bit too much of a tangent. Oh dear. Yeah, please, yeah. Hut, I'm gonna say, please. Yeah. No more of that, please. Especially since we were trying to be, I guess, a bit more positive. Yeah. Oh dear. I should also eat my potatoes, because my potatoes are... Yeah. I will finish it on saying that the Lizzo situation, because it is very recent. Everyone has their own opinion on it, but I think that's a really good example of making a positive change. And I'm very, very impressed with her. Oh, so nice weather having. It's too hot, man. This craft room, it's got like several lights on for streaming, and then it's also got the whole computer whirring because I'm streaming, and I'm just here like, none of that. It's too damn warm. Yeah, my feelings exactly. Oh dear. There we go. And it's funny because I can kind of measure these by how many spools of like big strings of thread I use to finish each one. You can really see how much slower it goes on stream. But then we tackled some pretty rough topics today on stream. Can we have a chill, just anime and video gaming for the rest of stream? I think that's more the mindset that I'm in. Dear, I'm loving this heat. God, oh yeah, you like the heat, don't you? I forget that you're a ghost who likes the breeze. See, if I could have the windows open, it would be more tolerable. But because of like me yelling and like sewing machines and all that kind of stuff, I don't really feel comfortable having the windows open while I stream. So it just, yeah, it gets real hot. Cheers! Dear. Oh, heck yeah! If you haven't checked out George is a very heckin' sweet bean, and they do streams on their own channel, and they're lovely. Go check them out. Good bean. Snuggled up in the blankets. Yeah, I prefer snuggling up in a snowy day. Dear. Oh god, yeah, I've got to eat my potatoes. I'm just leaving them there. They're gonna get cold. How do you make the potato? So you get the potato, you cook it in halves, so you cut them in half and cook it, and then you scoop out the innards, and then you mix the innards with mustard, sour cream, spring onion, and cheese, and then you put it back in again, and then you cook it again. And if you've not checked out Shifty, I know Shifty's a bit under the weather at the moment, but normally they stream pretty regularly on their own channel, and they're a hecking sweet bean. They like D&D, they like Spook, and they like relaxing games. If I can stream outside without neighbors overhearing, that'd be good. I know. It's like, I just don't want them to hear me yelling about like Silent Hill and stuff like that. And the jiggle physics in Haunting Ground. Lots of sunburn, yeah. Oh dear. Oh, Jelly, did you see the latest episode? Of course I did. Heckin' course I did. The thing is, I've read Spy X Family, and I'm up to date on it. Pretty much. But I forget all these things that happened, and it's so nice to see them again. I love it. And like I've been anticipating this one for a while because I love Spike's Family. And the manga of it's so good. I've been ready. Have you seen the new PT? I know what it is, and I wish it'd been made into a full game. Yeah. You take the fish and the potato, you hold up the fish and the potato in your hand, mash it up. Fish cakes, what is this, Wait, what is that? Very heckin' intense, It's, I love it so much. The most, you forget all these things happen because you just remember like the overarching like story points. So all the things that are happening in between you forget, and it's so nice to see them animated. Speaking of animated though, you guys excited about Made in Abyss Season 2? I'm so excited to see that animated. I already know that's going to be one of my animes of the year. Oh no! Papapo! So you just have to find, oh good god. It's a song by the Bauhaus. They invented goth. Oh heck yeah. I'm scared. Made, as in like, I'm making something, or I made it a while ago. Made in Abyss. Like it was made in the Abyss. But cut down a bit. And it's really, really good. I would recommend Made in Abyss to anyone who's an adult. I would not recommend it to younger people. It looks nice boat. Oh, that's an old one. That's it, Made in Abyss. There were 2 prices at 9,999, a steal. I'm excited for the finale of your boy Kong Min. I'm gonna miss Kong Min Thursday though, I know. Kong Ming's been great. It's such a chill anime to watch. It very much gives me Zombieland Saga vibes. While being a completely different story, it's just the vibe. Oh, it's so good. Do you know what also is next season though? The Devil is a Part-Timer. I never thought I'd see that series again, my god. The Devil is a Part-Timer Season 2, starting next season. Out of nowhere. Put it on your resume, grab it. That way, when you're making applications, people know. I've continued watching Tragic Isekai one after another. Yay for junk food shows. That's fair. I don't watch as many isekai these days. I went through a phase where I did, and now I don't watch so many. Unless they're really like standout ones. Like ReZero and stuff like that. Made in Abyss though. It's not an isekai. It's just really bloody good. You cosplayed from school days? Oh my god, you did a meme cosplay. Heck yeah. I really didn't get along with ReZero. That's fair. A lot of people didn't. Especially because it had a very slow start. But oh my god, you've not had that anime in a long time. Next season, The Devil is a Part-Timer, Season 2. Oh my god, it's been nearly 10 years. To be fair though, if anyone's not seen The Devil is a Part-Timer Season 1, now's your time to catch up. Ah dear, Scorpions, do you cosplay? I do. I do cosplay a lot. That's mainly what we do here. We basically only stream making costumes. Sometimes we branch out a bit and we wear them. But mainly we just stream them. And even Bamford got scared. I don't get along with Zero. No. Oh. Scorpions, that's very kind of you. Thank you so much. If you're interested in the cosplay we're making right now, !cosplay will take you to the page for the character. We've been making this cosplay since August. So it's a big costume. But yeah, heck yeah. I'm crippled into what to get for the 18th con. Oh my god, wait. That's in 4 days. That's in 4 days. I did watch Demon Slayer and damn that clothing design. Demon Slayer has beautiful design. You can see why it's so cosplayed because similar to Genshin, they just have really interesting character designs. And also it comes from a good series. Ah, dear. Wish that would happen to my favorite anime, to be fair. Still want a third DLC. I get you. I get you. Who knows though? Maybe in 10 years. $30 costumes? Oh, okay. Bunny Girl Senpai. Isn't that getting a movie, or or has it had a movie? Oh my god! Cypress! Welcome on in, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. If you're better at sewing, it's a good one to give a go to though, I would say, because the designs are very drapey and hangy, so a lot of this shapes you'd be cutting out like squares. Oh dear. God, is it? I'm out of touch. I thought there was a movie. You won't know anything about hip pads? I've been known to hip pad in my time. Like, if you're looking for a tutorial on hip pads though, have a look at drag queens, because a lot of them use hip pads. If you have a little Google around on some drag queen hip pads, you'll find tutorials on how to make them. Upholstery foam, I would say, is one of the better ones because it's a bit lightweight. And you just kind of craft yourself some hips. That's the thing. A lot of people do turn to the manga, as long as it isn't Netflix. Oh dear, I am hop on. Oh bless you. I hope things are good. Thank you so much for popping by. It's always lovely to see you. Oh my god, they know what's going on. They do. If you are looking for like hip pads or things like that for costumes, or like basically trying to create more curvy shape in general, drag queens have got it down. Oh dear. Oh, potato. No. Kinda do get eventually shelf stuffed with socks. They work for dresses, that's fair. It'd be nice to have some like permanent ones you could use, like just made out of foam. I'd recommend going and look at the tutorials. They make them so much easier. If I had some nice cloth, I'd give it a go. Heck yeah, either that or saber. Need to learn to sew eventually. Hopefully you grow to enjoy sewing. I hope so, because I find it pretty fun. Making shoes that fit, they do. I'm legitimately excited for the new Pokemon game. Is that the Scarlet one? I can't remember what the other thing is called. Is it Scarlet something? Yeah, it's kind of exciting. Oh. Potato. Very good. You've been wired, but working to get back to normal, and the Fox God come back. Oh, thank you for the glitter. Heck yeah. We haven't had glitter for a while. You doing on-site? Yeah, I remember you mentioning that one, so it's more up your alley. Scarlet and Violet. That's what it was. Violet. I don't know how do you guys feel about the legendaries? Listen, how do you feel about those legendaries? I don't know how I feel about them. That's another season of Noragami? That's been a while. Alright. Actually, you know what? I'm not that hungry for it yet, so I'm going to put that to one side. Eat potato later. First open world Pokemon game and has co-op. That's what we've been missing. Co-op. Oh, I'm so glad. Good. Good. Give me co-op. The Lum cosplay. Oh, cosplay. Making a bra fit my chest was a nightmare. So I'm a bra fitter. Hello. Hello, hello. That's my job. When I'm not streaming, I'm fitting bras. We've had people come in to buy bras for performances and stuff like that. And I would tend to recommend to get a wireless and add padding. Because if you get a wired one, it will cause you pain for no good damn reason. Oh, have fun at work, Rico. I hope it goes well. Good enough manga chapters to make another season. Oh my god. Whoa. Whoa. I mean, Noragami's always been pretty popular, right? So I guess I shouldn't be so surprised. Has quite a following. Gotta get food, take care, Hut, get some good snacks. Got the Dragon legendaries. Koga and Groudon were my favorite because they look different and they look dope. Yeah, I'll be honest, the legendaries don't exactly excite me, either of them. I think I like Scarlet's better, but I don't know. Yeah, wireless bra, I know, right? Wireless with Bluetooth. Oh dear, I had to get 2 extensions. Oh god. There we go. And higher paddings here and there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, depending on the body you're born with, you will do different things than cosplay necessary to like put proportions where you want them. For me, I always add heels inside of my shoes and stuff like that, unless I am purposefully playing a shorter character, because not that I'm personally that short, but my body proportions make it so that my legs are really, really short. And, you know, just because that's not very common in anime, at least, I will normally do something with that. But normally I don't have to do too much more than that, especially not anymore. Sometimes I'll add like a little bit of padding, but for the most part, I'm pretty good. Mainly the height that I have the issue with. I never have the height that I desire. Oh dear. The hard life as a cosplayer. When you have to add height to the characters who heels inside. I am not that short. I'm an average height. Oh dear. My entire goal was to get people to respond with, "Oh dear God." And I got exactly that. Heck yeah. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Want to see the last time I cosplayed? We don't have links in chat, so you'll have to pop it in the Discord. I'm sorry. We get spammed otherwise. So to keep chat free of spam, you'll have to join the Discord. Dearie me. Photos lasting as a female now. My priority is being the most sparkly person there. I just want to be sparkly. I want to be more sparkly than anyone else. I'm gonna be 100% sparkles. No one can stop me. Except for me. I can stop myself. Oh dear. Thank you for posting the link to the Discord. Yeah. Or should I whisper? No. If you want it, you can't whisper photos, so it won't work. If you whisper me, you won't be able to whisper me the photo, and I'm not gonna click a link from a whisper. Oh dear. Farron! Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. It's very kind of you. Oh dear. Imga limp. So, scorpions, without being too vulgar, I've had links to Imga before from people. And I do not click private links anymore. Absolutely not. I'm not trying to accuse you of anything, but please understand that as a female streamer, you don't click links from people. Ever. Ever. If you've sent me a link and it was completely harmless, I will ignore you. Because I do not click links from people ever. Imga. Imga. Is it not Imga? Oh no, that's a good idea. That's terrifying. Yep. Yep, I've been streaming for a couple years at this point. The things you learn. I don't accept whispers. Unless they're from people that I already know, I will literally not read it. Ever. If it's a Discord message, I might see it. I'm more likely to see Discord messages than anything else, to be quite honest. But if it's a link, I'll still ignore you. Oh dear. It's image. Oh, is it? It's not Imga? Oh no, I've been calling it Imga for my whole life. Unless it's Digital Physics links. Listen now, Jason. You can't just be spilling this stuff in chat. God, everyone will know. Can't have that. Secret. You should get back to streaming. Well, you gotta feel good about it first, Cypress. Anyone who doesn't know, Cypress is an artist. But like, you gotta feel happy to come back. It's gotta be fun, you know? It's gotta be fun. Taking a break, there's nothing wrong with that. Oh damn, I'm spilling the tea. You are. It's meant to be a secret stuff. No one needs to know about the jiggle physics conversations. Nobody. Oh dear. How long has it been Imager for then? Has it always been Imager? Why do I call it Imga? Oh no. This app is atrocious, Twitch. Yeah. But the thing is, like, it's difficult for Twitch to police because I get linked to... It's not like it's just a picture there, because you can't put pictures in Twitch's whispers, which I think is a good thing. I'm very happy with that. But so people find ways around it. I've had it on Instagram as well. Like, people find ways around that kind of thing. Oh dear. Jelly physics. Jelly physics, yeah. A send button in chat vanishes. Oh god. Oh, okay. Have you got like the phone app, is it? The screen changes size. I don't have any experience with the phone app, to be quite honest. Because my phone can't handle Twitch. I got an old phone. Speaking of tea, I still gotta get the tea from Burn and Blend, which I use code Jelly. Did you actually? Oh! For those who don't know, we're affiliated with a tea company. It makes me very, very happy. They do a lot of really interesting and unusual blends of tea, and if you use code Jelly at checkout, then you will get like lots of free tea samples. Heck yeah. Oh, you posted the Discord instructions. Oh yeah, you can pop there if you want. I'm not allowed to see it. You might want to delete that link and do it again. So basically you've put a link in there that I can't access in my country. I get the whole, this is not available in your country. Oh dear. Oh, I thank you for posting the T link. Twitch I have on my phone, but the thing that messes up is the Wi-Fi and not the app. Ah, okay. I unfortunately have no frame of reference for the Twitch app because my phone can't even handle YouTube, let alone Twitch. Oh dear. I had to get rid of Pokemon Go so that I could get internet banking. Oh dear. I love phone stuff. Phone stuff good, yes. Your country is... I'm sorry. Don't be mean to us in Wales just because we're not allowed to view your link. We're happy beans here of limited link usage. You are right. What have I been working on? Why I've been away so long, but I can promise to come back when I'm ready. Exactly. That's the thing. Is like come back when you're ready, when you're gonna really enjoy it. Because unless streaming is your job, then you know it should just be something you enjoy and have fun with. Like for me, it's really nice to have company while I'm crafting and get to show people the things that I make. I really enjoy that. And also it helps keep me productive every day. Whale noise. I feel like I should maybe give on the 80s, but a 30-minute trip by train could literally just get me a costume. Heck yeah! Well, if you can take a quick train trip and just go buy one, would it also mean you could try them on first? Because I feel like that's important. If you're buying the costume. Being able to try it on first would be like a nice thing. I need some tea. The potato is sitting heavy today. Add a gang here with Wi-Fi. It's like oh no, we're very lucky that where we live right now we have really good Wi-Fi. The issue with our Wi-Fi is every now and again they do just turn it off for a really short period of time, and we never hear about it until afterwards, where they were like, by the way, we were turning your Wi-Fi off for a bit. It's like, yeah, I saw when everything dropped and I thought it was my fault. But actually no. Oh, you can't. I see. Sorry, my bad. Jane, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. What does the 19 mean? I'm curious. Oh, you went to TwitchCon San Diego 19. Are you going to TwitchCon San Diego this year? Or nah? What are you thinking? What should I have the choice between bonfire, gingerbread, chocolate digestive? That's what I'm drinking right now. Chocolate digestive. Chocolate digestive. Chocolate digestive. The gingerbread chai is also really good, but chocolate digestive. Although actually I think Shifty had the bonfire toffee and said that it was really, really good. I think Shifty's lurking right now though, so I can't ask, but I think they said it was good. On my laptop it's good since I have cable to the router. Yeah, see, I'm actually on I'm not cabled into anything. Nope. Oh dear. Time to stick the water in the microwave then. Oh. Probably now, maybe if I get a vending booth, but I'm not walking the floor. That's fair. You've been to a TwitchCon before, right then? What's it like? As somebody who has never been to a TwitchCon and is just very, very curious about life. I'm just curious. Oh my god, based? A heckin' based raid. Welcome on in. You're having a good day. What have you been up to? 2 seconds. Let me do you a little shootout. Let's see. Let's turn. Sorry, you'll have to excuse me. I don't have any of the keys on my keyboard, so I find it a bit difficult to type. What were you up to today? Just chatting. What were you chatting about? Hi, Banu. Hi, Chibi. Dear Dream. Lady Valiant. Welcome on in, lady. I hope you're having a good day. You did it wrong. You're fine. You're fine. And Chumbo and Dave. The guild has been given a quest to share some love. Wait. D&D? Tabletop? D&D tabletop? You got a kettle, that makes me happy. I'm glad. Oh dear. Welcome, welcome. How was your stream? A lot of flashing lights in a dark-filled room and a shrine to all that is capitalism and gaming culture. Oh, good God. That is a description. That sounds like something from a horror game. Wow. A pure debauchery. Debauchery. A pure debauchery. Debauchery? Debauchery? In my imagination, I believe it. Keyboard, no keyboard, no keyboard. Working on some lovely art. Heck yeah, what kind of art? Also, unless you need to go get snacks. In which place, please go get snacks after your stream, I feel it. I always have to eat after stream. I know about TwitchCon in the Netherlands, it's close to my school, and I went to one once because of my locations. That's what I went to do. Oh, sick! Nice, nice, nice! Ah, dear. Oh, heck yeah. Wait, is that a jellyfish? It is, isn't it? Yeah! Nice. Oh, dear. But yeah, we make cosplays here. So at the moment, I've entered TwitchCon Amsterdam. We don't know who's in or not in at the moment, but I have entered with the hope that we could get into TwitchCon Amsterdam with this cosplay. The cosplay being Mateus from Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, which if you want to see any pictures of it, !cosplay will take you there. It's just because it is behind the chat box, but it is a bit disguised. Heck yeah, thank you for the jellies. I was working on a fan of a Street Fighter. Sick. Very sick. Well, there you go. People are looking for artists. Go. Check out Dave. It can be fun, but it's certainly scary at times too, like a haunted house. People are trying to sell you things instead of scare you. I love watching people try to sell me things. I love it because I have no money. So it's like, continue, please do your pitch. I'm sorry, I have no money. I am poor. Dave, thank you for the follow. It's very kind of you. Tactics is a great game. So I have yet to... Don't hate me, I'm a big Final Fantasy fan. I've played most of the main series. After 6, I need to play 6 and then go backwards. But I haven't played Tactics. I've heard Tactics has quite a mature story, and I am very excited to play it one day, but I haven't played it yet. We'll get there. 9 was my big jam. Not only have we played 9 on stream, I played it for years before stream, and I've also sped-run it. I bloody love Final Fantasy 9. I like 10, 7 as well, 8's alright. 14, I really do enjoy the MMO, and I do like 15, even if it doesn't really feel so Final Fantasy-esque. I still like a good time with it. Oh, that's a big outfit. Yeah. So, because we were trying to enter a big competition, I wanted to make like a suitably sparkly outfit, and this outfit has sparkles over every piece of it. We've printed and made all of our own armor with embroidery, and then I'm going in. I can show you a piece of it. I haven't done all of it yet. But we go in and we bead everything. So this is like a piece of armor here that I've got for both sides, and it's fully beaded and embroidered. And we have just finished printing our last embroideries. And on this costume, there are 195 individual digitized embroidery files. 195 for the armor. Technically there are more, but they're not for the armor. So that's just the armor. 195. I only finished that yesterday, so yeah. Thank you! I appreciate it. She's amazing. Oh, thank you. Very nice. Yeah, sparkles. Listen, thank you for coming to my stream. We make sparkles. I just really like adding like shiny things onto costumes, and gold is my favorite color, so well, it's one of my few favorite colors. So I just have to have it everywhere. Ah, dip. It's good fun. I'm trying to tip my toes into the chainmail ring making business. The biggest suppliers got sloppy lately, and I wanted to get back into my... Oh, heck yeah, changeling. That'd be really cool. So I've never been to a TwitchCon, so I don't really know what selling is like there, but it'd be cool to see you there. If like, see pictures of you there, because obviously I'm not going to San Diego, that's a bit far for me. But it'd be cool to see pictures of you there. I can't say the crap. Oh, bless you. What I would say is, it's a very back and forwards, because I would not say this costume is very, very good for beginners, but it does use a lot of beginner techniques. So for instance, we're sequining by hand. Really, really easy. You thread your sequin, you pop it through the sequin before, and you put it out just a little bit afterwards. And then you do the next one. So it's a really simple stitch. And a lot of this costume is hand stitched. So it's hopefully, I wouldn't recommend making the whole costume for a beginner, but you can take points from the costume and maybe apply it to your own costumes. I love making chainmail. Heck yeah! Oh my god. We have some metal beans in the chat. Very nice. You can barely stitch up a rip in the pants jeans, but what I would say is repairing things is actually like a proper skill in itself. Like, apart from sewing things. Repairing things is difficult because you have to make something that isn't there. Go husband to do it. Heck yeah! Repairing is tricky. You have a tea sponsor. I might get some tea on Friday. It ships worldwide. It does! Oh, Bennu, thank you. Yeah, so we are actually affiliated with Bird and Blend, which is a British-based tea company, but they do ship worldwide. And they do really interesting and unique tea flavors, and a lot of them are based on British snacks and stuff like that as well. So if you're curious, I drink them all the time on stream. I love tea. I am British and I love tea. I don't know what to say. I love it. But if you use code JELLY, all caps, JELLY at checkout, they send you lots of free samples. And somebody I know did this, and they showed me, and they got like 8 free samples. So if you use JELLY at checkout, you get extra 3 stuff with your next order. Yes. Doing it now 20 years now, there's something about chainmail that's just calming. I like watching people make chainmail. I think for the same reason that it's like the process is very repetitive, but it's like, yeah, relaxing to watch. Ah, dear, I love Bird and Blend. Heck yeah, you're also British and you love tea. Yes. Stereotypes. Let's go. Tea is the best even if you're not British. True. I think even if I wasn't British, I'd hopefully still like it. A runner of mine did a full chainmail. He sat on the couch, watched television, assembled a complete shirt. Oh my god. It must take a lot of patience, but I bet it's really cool to watch it like taking shape. Tea that binds us all, absolutely. We're all bound together by tea. Tea tape. Oh dear, the only good tea store in my town is closed forever. The other tea store sells T2 tea, and that one is artificial preservatives. See, I do like T2, but I kind of get what you mean, because Bird and Blend is very much unnatural. They do use, you can see it. It's very natural. What you're getting is leaves. Sometimes they put little cute shapes in them, but they are very much like that. Whereas some of the ones from T2, not all of them, a lot of them are very much leaf-based and very, very natural, but some of them are a little more artificial. Thing is, I still love them. I love every tea brand. I love tea. Hard to find here in the States. No. I'm sorry. Oh, you're fine, Dave. Thank you so much for the raid. But, look after yourself after stream and get some heckin' rest. And if you haven't checked out Dave does art. We heckin' love art here. Go check them out. Ah, dear. The only one I've had from T2 was like raspberry oolong. So the ones which are fruity are the ones I really dislike from T2, but I like some of the other ones. Their chai is really good. If I had more time, I'd like to try making the dress from Me. Oh, the pink one. Me is like it's like a very recognizable cosplay, but it's not too difficult because you probably would want to work with a stretched material, but other than that, I feel like it would be pretty okay. Oh dear, I love Earl Grey. Give me all of it. I cannot get enough of it. See, I was never very fussed on Earl Grey, and then I had French Earl Grey, and I was like, oh, maybe I just haven't had the right Earl Grey for me, because French Earl Grey I love. I love that. I always want it in my cupboard. I really enjoy it. And I just didn't have the right one. That's what it was. I am back with tea. Heck yeah, which one did you go for? My favorite tea is a Rubios. I used to not like Rubios. Also, I know that I pronounced it wrong, my bad, but I love them now. I can't drink this style, it's too strong for me, it gives me a headache. That's fair, you are right, it's a very fragrant tea. It's a YouTube tutorial to directly modify Amazon materials for the dress, but it's discontinued. Time to spend time with the oh! Hello. Everybody still there? Where'd the chat box go? Where'd you go? Hello? Oh no! If I go over to here, I can still see you, so that's okay. I'll just come over to here. Now I have to watch my stream, which I don't really want to watch, but it's disappeared from my Streamlabs. I lost you guys. Goodbye. I'm an Earl of Grey. Yeah, you like Earl Grey a lot. Have you had French Earl Grey? I'm curious. Oh, is someone going? Take care. I'm sorry, I'm not sure who's leaving, but take care. I hope you have a nice rest of your day. Oh, is it Chibi? Take care, Chibi. Thank you so much for popping by. Also, for the people that are also in the Disney and heard about my next cosplay, I posted a photo. Oh, did you? In the Discord, is it? Let's have a look. Oh, they have tummy tea. Oh, I do like their tummy tea. I have some of that, and not only that, I've gifted it to other people too. Extra challenging, doing all this under the nose of disapproving parents. That is one thing that I genuinely really dislike, is that some people are so against it. Also, anime, those look fantastic. They're so cute, very hecking cute. No, I am very against when parents try to stifle creativity because they don't understand it. My parents do not understand cosplay. They do not understand the characters I'm cosplaying. They do not understand why I do it. But they are supportive, and they always have been. Like, my favorite message from my mum to this day is still her texting me while I was at a Comic-Con being like, "Oh, I do like your bee costume." I was wearing Umbreon from Pokemon, and I was like, "Thanks, mum." I appreciate it. But like, you know, being supportive regardless of whether you understand it or not, because at the end of the day, it's creative expression, and if it makes you happy, what's the problem? Last year, my friend taught me to make a circle skirt and got me to use a sewing machine and everything. I even sewed a zipper onto it. Such a good start for sewing is things like skirts, because you can learn so much in a pretty controlled environment. Not sure I've had French Oud Grey. What's the difference? A little bit more floral. It's like still quite strong, but more floral. It's very nice. It's very, very nice. I haven't had digestive yet because I thought it was meant to help me poop. No, it's chocolate digestive. Jelly Mum has the right spirit. She does. Like, doesn't know a single character I cosplay, but she'll always say nice things and like, you know, wish me luck when I'm going for competitions and stuff like that. Does she understand it? Not at all. She's never been to a convention. She doesn't do cosplay, but she still wants me to have a fun time. And not only that, they both really are happy that I'm doing something in the house, because that's one thing. Like, when you first become disabled, it's like, what can you do? But no, they're really happy and proud that I do things. And they don't understand what I'm doing, but they're happy that I'm doing it. My parents do not completely get it, but they do like it. They always like my Instagram posts. Yeah. Yeah. I'm lucky that my mum used to work as a seamstress and used to let me use a singer. Oh, that must have been a good machine as well if she was an ex-seamstress. Heck yeah. I bet she has something very nice, very fancy. Ooh. My mum had a singer, but apparently it broke. I thought they still had it, but they don't have it anymore. So maybe at some point I save and I get my mum a new sewing machine. My dad said that she'd never use it, but yeah, who knows? Oh dear. Yeah, I had no idea the old sewing machine broke. It's the one that I did my first sewing on before I got a sewing machine myself. And so I like made some pillowcases, and I think I made like an apron and stuff like that. Because at the time I was still predominantly hand stitching everything. I absolutely remember we had like this futon in the house, and I would put my needles in the futon because I didn't have a pin cushion. I'd put my needles in the futon, and I'd just sit there next to the television and sew, and then I'd leave them there until I came back. So if anybody came to the futon between me sewing, you just have to be careful because there were needles in it. Oh dear, it was a good time. My dad rolled around with the mob back in a country of poor because of that hyper-masculine idea he adheres to, so you can imagine his shock when I'm cosplaying a female character. Maybe I show him it's not cross-dressing. Right, maybe... I get it, because I know people in similar situations where it's like, it's difficult to explain why it's something that you love and you're enjoying, without it going against their ideals of what they want for you. But if you can convey that it's something that helps you de-stress, that gives you better quality of life, it's something that you do to be happy, hopefully they can accept that. But I get it, it's a very difficult situation. At the very least, if you don't find acceptance at home, the cosplay community will welcome you with open arms. I can almost guarantee. Ah, dear. But make sure that you're always safe and everything first. Well, my grandmother and my aunts were tailors, so for me, studying to become a tailor is really funny since I started. I never thought about it that way, but it's kind of like in your family. Yeah, I don't have anyone in my family that really sews. It's just me. But who knows? Maybe I could be the start of the family tree that sews. It'll be me, and then if I have a kid, they sew if they want to. I'm not going to make them, but if they wanted to. And then they can have a kid, and they'll sew, and then it'll become like a family tree as well. You're a bit ahead of me, but who knows? We could get there. I should take baby steps and make armor first. I mean, I kind of see where you're coming from as like making something that's a little bit maybe more acceptable to them. But at the end of the day, I hope that it's still something that you enjoy to make. Yeah. I remember my mum took pictures of me in the first costume that I made in our house, and my sister too, and like she took pictures of us mucking around in our costumes. Make a really complicated character first. Oh god. This rings too many bells, anime. I can't do it. Dive me to duck out. Oh no, you're fine, lady. Thank you so much for popping by and everything. Take care of yourself though, because you were watching a stream before this, right? So like, get yourself some snacks and look after yourself and all that kind of jazz. You get me? I think anyone who came with the raid, if you need to go grab a drink, especially, but also like snacks and stuff like that, you need a rest away from the computer, please do. As much as we like to have all of you here, I don't want anyone, you know, suffering because of it. We're a chill stream here. You pop in and out when you want. I have a friend who does Warhammer 40k. Oh, to be fair though, if you've got a friend who's already doing those costumes, that's really good. Listen, take full advantage of their equipment if you can. Just be like, hey, can I come over for fun and I'll bring something, like bring a snack or something, and then borrow their equipment. Be like, I'm inviting myself over, here's the biscuits, here's some tea, let me use your Dremel. Oh dear, I would never. Okay, good. I wanted textiles in high school, but they wouldn't let you do that in cooking. That was my experience. So I was told that there wasn't enough space on the textiles course for me, so I couldn't do it. And literally was one of the only people who was passionate about sewing in my year, and they said, no, you're not allowed to do it. You can do cooking, but you can't do textiles. And I was like, but I don't want to do cooking. The cooking at school sucks anyway. I just want to do textiles. So I ended up becoming completely self-taught because yeah. Oh, you think you wanted to work? Let's have a look. Okay. It's so good. I think it's because it's in introductions, it almost seems like you're saying that this is you. Like, hi, I'm new to the jelly community, here's a selfie. I look like this. Oh dear. Oh, it is you! Oh, my bad. You look great. You look fantastic. I love it. Oh my god, I want to do glass staining as well, but that was for girls only. I dislike that. I especially dislike it because historically only men were allowed to make glass. So like, where's the logic? Joseph Paxton? Cough, cough, cough. Mostly, literally, it's gotta be me. Like, yeah. Like, literally, historically, all of these jobs were done by men. So when they now come into the 21st century and say men can no longer do those jobs, it's like, why? They've been doing them for thousands of years. Like, obviously open them up to women as well. Great, but like, you know, it's the same thing you see in like fashion when they're like, men don't do fashion. Cough. All the top fashion designers cough. It's like, listen. Men don't do cooking. That's a woman's job. Cough. Most of the top chefs are men. Cough. And it makes literally no sense, and it just cuts people off from doing the things they want to do. Being nice because my said gender doesn't want to do it. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Not bloody surprised. Not only that, it's just bloody rude. Like, even without trying to be like rude or dismissive, with even if it hadn't been you, if they'd said that to any man, it would be rude. Because it's just legitimately a rude thing to say. Like, you don't cut jobs off because of the gender of the person applying. And, you know, Men sewing, great. I remember reading an article about this though, about stuff like this. And as far as cosplay goes, cosplay is my interest. It's mainly what I do. I mainly do cosplay. It's different. It is changing now, I would say. But for a fair period of time, sewn costumes were not looked at with the same amount of, how to put it? They just weren't considered as interesting or difficult as armor builds. So if you built a sewn costume, you would likely be underjudged. And it's like, why is that? Why would that be? Could it be because you link sewing to certain things? Oh my god, wait! Off and Stitch, welcome on in! I hope you're having a good day. Oh dear, tell Jordan Ramsay to get back in the kitchen. Exactly, it makes no bloody sense. Oh my god, welcome on in though. Sorry, you kind of joined in a weird conversation. How was your stream though? What did you get up to? Wait, I'm trying to shout you out, but I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to put this up here because I'm so sorry. I'm terrible at typing and I literally don't know where my keys are. Please don't mind me. What did you get up to today? Did you have a good stream? I hope so. Welcome on in, everyone. Hi Billiam. Hi Dame. Hi Dungeon. Did I miss anyone? I think I'm all good. Now I have a friend who has her own business and she's teaching me sewing skills. Heck yeah. No keyboard here. No keyboard here. Do not worry. We're cosplayers here. If you are new, we make costumes. I am currently trying to make a costume to get into TwitchCon Amsterdam. We have entered, but we won't find out yet until who's got in or who hasn't. So we entered into the sewing category if we did get in. Dude, there's a cross stitch. Heck yeah, what were you cross-stitching? Anything fun? Oh my god, you didn't see it. I don't own a keyboard. I type with my mind, but sometimes it's like this weird glitch which makes it look like there's a keyboard on my screen, but it's not real. Don't worry about it. I type with my mind. Oh dear. It's definitely not because that weird glitch might be a little bit against TOS. Do you like Iris van Herpen? And not knowledgeable of fashion, but I freaking love her design. I've not heard of her, honestly. Probably because predominantly I reside in the cosplay space. But no, I've not heard of her. Ah dear, you've got a new hologram keyboard. Exactly. A pattern based on Alice in Wonderland is going to take ages. Ooh, I love Alice in Wonderland though. Is it the new Alice or old Alice? What kind of style? Or video game Alice? What kind of Alice are we talking about today? Also, I should say, if you need to go get some drinks, or if you need to get some food or something, please do. Oh, and Dungeon, thank you for the follow. It's very kind of you. Keyboard glitch. It is a keyboard glitch. I type with my mind. Well, it's because I don't have a keyboard, so unfortunately, until I have a keyboard, that's just how I have to type, isn't it? Like, what am I gonna do? I'm making do. That's what I'm making do. Oh dear. Yeah, we were talking about genders being cut out of certain job roles or like in school. So like, for instance, if you were told you couldn't do textiles or cooking in school because you're a man, how stupid that was, because even at the time that might have happened, most of the fashion designers in the top were men, and most of the top chefs were men. But then it's getting better now, thankfully. Most of the time people are a bit more free to do what they want to do. Oh, it's based on the woodcut through the looking glass. So a member of my family has both of the original books for Alice in Wonderland, and they're quite big for starters. They're quite large books. It's like a family heirloom at this point where it gets passed down because they're beautiful, very old books. Now I'm quite familiar with the art that was in them. I like the energy. Oh, thank you. We like cosplay here, basically. You like cosplay? We like cosplay. We make cosplay. Heck yeah. Her designs are these intricate fractal stuff. The party has some 3D modeling. Oh, 3D modeling in clothing. So you can 3D print into fabric and you get like 3D stuff moving on your... The future. It's the future. I'm so jealous of the books. Yeah, I'm jealous because I'm not the family member that owns them, but like they're very, very nice books. We also had a lot of the original dictionaries, but like, yeah, just some very, very old books. But the Alice in Wonderland ones, they're like especially very nice. Very old, but very nice. The thing is, whoever gets them has to look after them really well, so I'm probably not the best candidate anyway. Heckin' cool stuff. Heck yeah. A friend of mine tried to get into freeform radio. She was like, it's a boys club. I mansplained. Never heard anything about that. Yes, I was very wrong. It comes into though, like, people make mistakes, right? Like, you don't intend harm, and if harm's not intended, then it's very easy to just like, you know, fix and go on with life. I've definitely said things. The thing is, as a woman, I've said things like that because you get it deeply ingrained in you that you say or you believe certain things, and yeah, I've mentioned it before, but it's the same as like you will pick up stereotypes probably at some point in your life, probably, even if you're the group being targeted. Oh dear. I might be able to do cosplay, but I've maxed out my hobby time. I feel it. I want to do Warhammer, and like I don't know where in my schedule I'm ever gonna fit Warhammer into it, but like I'd love to. I'd absolutely love to. I'd love to paint the figures and make the scenery as well. Like I'd love to do that. But where the hell in my hobby timetable am I gonna do Warhammer? Like, and also the money for it and everything. Yeah, it's like, it's not very realistic, but damn would I like to do it one day. I'd love to have like a coffee table with like scenery in it. So many of us will do a maxed out on cosplay, yeah. Well, if I actually do like, I don't know enough about it because I've never played. Like, I'll be honest, couldn't bloody tell you. I think as well, I'm gonna be like an awful person who probably would actually just make the scenery and not play as much because I really like making scenery. It was one of my favorite things to do in university was to use the 3D printers to help print out the bases and then build off them. But that was just for fun. It wasn't like for anything else. I just did that and I had a really good time. That was when I had consistent access to laser cutters and 3D printers though. Oh, good times. I love it, but in the same situation because I've only painted one guy and not even finished one. It started 3 years ago. Well, listen, anime, we'll just pretend it's a really big figure. It's a really, really big figure, and that's why it's taking so long to paint. We don't need to know the size of it. We'll just pretend it's really, really big. I do like watching other people on Twitch paint figurines, though. I think that kind of helps. You know, watching somebody else indulge in a hobby that I maybe don't have the time to indulge in right now it's good. That's good. Also, there's a really small knot in my thread. Not enough to change my thread, but enough for me to have to yank it through every time. Oh, Bunny, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Oh dear. Have you seen the Warhammer World in Nottingham? I've never been to Nottingham, honestly. But now I have a reason to go. Though I've not seen it, but I do love that kind of thing. Whenever they're setting up at some of the local places, I'm always like, ooh. Look at this, look at this. Oh dear. Yeah, I think I'd be a scenery person. Yes, very big, very big. It's why I invested in a Writer Micron airbrushes. I have an airbrush that I have never used, and I've always intended to use, and I've never used. Because one of my family members very, very kindly got it for me for cosplay, because at the time I was painting a lot of things, and you could put fabric paint in this one. They were like, it's perfect. If you're painting fabric, you can start with this to get your base layers down. I was like, that's really smart. Thank you so much. And then I started a different costume, and then we went to lockdown, so I haven't had a chance to use it, but I have one. What kind? I don't know. 2 seconds. I've never used it. This one. 2 seconds. I'll find out. You can see that I've never used it. Spare part list. This is the one. So it's a mini air compressor. Oh wait, no, this is the air compressor. Wait, where the hell is the airbrush? It's somewhere in here. Oh, I don't know. I think the tip's in this box here, and then that's the other part that goes with it. I don't know, I'm sorry. I want to use it really badly, but I haven't had a project that requires it, so I can't use it yet, but I have it. Anyway, that's that. There's my shame. Oh dear. Ice Bunny! Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. I gotta head out. Oh no, you're fine. Stitch, go take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the raid, but yeah, definitely look after yourself after stream. Joker 2 is gonna be a musical, and I'm not joking. Heck yeah. I've not seen Joker 1, but I do know that that's what it needed. It needed musical numbers. Sonny! How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. We have... I am kind of regretting not doing anything about the knot in my stuff. Maybe I should. So I tie it off just so that I'm not struggling. I should, shouldn't I? Yeah. We'll do that then. We are doing sequins again. Although to be fair, we're nearly through all of the sequining for this. I think I have 3 more after this. Oh no, 4 more. Ignore me. We've got a few more to go. One thing I will say is I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. And if I am streaming, it'll be really late in the day. So probably no stream tomorrow. Potentially a really late in the day stream, which I know I don't normally do. So like, please don't feel like you need to come to it or anything like that. It's a weird time for me. But in the morning, I'm going out for a picnic. Someone's taking me outside. I'm being taken out into the big wide world tomorrow. And we're going for a picnic. And I'm very excited. Very excited. Dear. I'm okay, how are you? I'm okay. We're having a chill day today, so it's been nice. Although I was having some issues with my thread. I had to try and make it work. Just paint some splashes against the board. I think you might find it very satisfying. Oh, I fully agree. The main issue is space here. So it doesn't really show on stream because, you know, you set up your stream so it doesn't look really cramped or anything like this. But like, I have no space at all. And like, we don't really have an outside space either here. So like, technically I can go outside the house, of course, but it wouldn't be in my space. So we're a bit stuck on the size. Yeah. A picnic, how lovely, heck yeah! Maybe George, I'm so sorry. Please pretend it doesn't even happen, it's secret stream. It's been so long since I had a picnic, me too. So I'm very, very excited to just go out for a nice little picnic. It'll be lovely. It's gonna be nice weather as well. You've returned, welcome back! Chill is good, heck yeah, have a good picnic, I will! I'm very excited. Also, normally with picnics and stuff like that, I'm the one that will make all the food because I have a lot of spare time. So I'll normally make all the food, but this time people are making the food for me. So, wow, so exciting. That's true, it's hard to make it look good on stream. Exactly, it's like so I guess I can give you, like, this is the thing that I say. I have 1 meter by 1 meter of floor space in this room. The rest of the floor is covered by something. When I stand up, I'm stood on a mattress. See, I have about 1 by 1 meter floor space in the entire room. And that's why it's difficult to incorporate new things into the space. Because, like, if it fits in that 1 by 1 meter, great. But, like, that's also my doorway. Productivity done. Currency, bed blob. Heck yeah. I hope you have some tea or some biscuits or something with you. You know, it's a tiring time being a bed blob. Gotta make sure you have plenty of snacks. Ah, dear. There we go. Oh. I don't remember how many I've made today. Have I made 2? I think I've made 2. I have an energy drink. You know what? That's a start. We'll take an energy drink as a start. That being said, I find your lack of snacks disturbing. Why do you only have 1 snack? And that's a drink snack. Honestly, where are your snacks at? I have almond tea when I have dinner. Oh, okay. Almond tea. Ooh. Lovely. I know. Your lack of snacks, very disturbing. Oh, heck! Third! You only joined today. That's very heckin' sweet of you. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the emotes. We have a lot of jellyfish emotes. Oh, dear. Thank you. That's very kind. You're trying your best not to snack. That's fair. I can't relate, but I understand. Did someone double horning by any chance? Thank you, Zay. Thank you, Zay. They're very important. Ah, dear. I tend to comfort eat sweet stuff and I don't want to. Fair. See, I'm the opposite. If I get sad, I stop eating. Not good. Very bad. But if I'm happy, then I'll eat forever. So I tend to gain weight when I'm happy and lose weight when I'm sad. Oh dear, it's bad for your health. Absolutely. Understandable. Oh dear. I have Lotus Biscoff and I have pretzels right now. Those are my 2 main snacks. I did have another snack, but I finished it. So I have those 2. Honestly though, sometimes chewing things I find helps if I have a migraine. So yesterday I was like chewing a lot. Maybe I should just get some gum. Maybe that would be better, huh? Eat chocky and chips and ice cream and then like nothing else, and I'm trying to break the habit. That sounds like a very sensible thing for you. For me, I have to be coaxed into eating like a sad animal. Like, Jelly, Jelly, come out of the room. I've got some cake out here, Jelly, and I'm like, nah. I'm sad, nah. Yeah. I have to actively remember to eat most of the time if I'm not very happy. Fortunately, I'm only normally not happy when I'm in the middle of a migraine. Outside of that, mental health, I'd say it's one of the few pretty okay things about me. It's pretty solid. My brain, solid. The function, minimal. Oh dear. Heck. Oh, let's get through this. I wonder how it would feel streaming late in the day, to be fair. I'll give it a go. It'd probably be like a late afternoon stream if I do one tomorrow. I don't normally do. I haven't done that for a long time, actually. That might be nice, though. Like, I love food. It's not like I don't. It's just usually who cooks, which makes me sad if I have to do it for a couple of days because I get tired and then I shut down for extra sweets. Yeah, what we do here, we have 2 freezers now. So, but one of them's small. And we cook in big batches because a lot of the time big batch cooking isn't actually a lot of extra effort to small batch cooking. And then we freeze most of it. And that way, if we're having a hard day or like only one of us can eat for whatever reason, like often if you're in the middle of migraine, you don't eat a lot, then we have the stuff in the freezer and we don't have to cook. And that's been good. Burritos has been a big one. We always have like loads of little brick burritos in the fridge so that if we're having a hard day, we eat the burrito. In Jelly Gained a set of open doors, she chose the door on her left. Oh, no, I know what that is. That's the Stanley Parable. That's just I remember that one. I've got one reference. Yes, we have one. Trying to convert into apples and tea. To be fair though, fruit does have like a natural sweetness to it, so that's very smart. I like it streams at an early time. Give me something to listen to while I wake up in the mornings. I also prefer to stream early because for me, I'm the most productive in the mornings. So if I'm streaming crafting and stuff like that, it's better for me to do it in the morning when I have like max productivity. By the evenings, I'm normally a bit, whoa! Like if you think we go off topic now, you wait till you see me in the evenings. I am all over the place. Actually, you guys have seen me in the evenings. It was the Resident Evil 6 streams, and I was all over the place doing those streams. So yeah. Do you want to ride the bull? Oh no, do I know this one? I don't know if I know that reference. I'm sorry. I kind of know myself the last year I had a 3 good months without any sweets and occasional sun lolly. You know what though? It happens. No point beating past self up. If it sounds like you're doing a good job now, and that's what really matters. Oh dear. I think the idea that people can do these sort of things without failing ever is like pretty unrealistic. I think most people will fail to change certain parts of their life every now and again, or revert back to a worse habit, but, you know, human, innit? Human. And then my Apple intake skyrocketed. Oh dear, no, I know, I just want to be not so bad. Yeah, I've been trying to, my snacks most of the time, keep them savory, but that's more because, you know, like sugar is bad for migraines, blah, 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 blah. But most of the time, I try and eat less sugary snacks, like pretzels. It's the gay scene from Dragon Age. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I have not played Dragon Age. I have not. But I have heard of it. That's one of those things where it's like, not played, but know of. There we go. Look at a week on average. I mean... Listen, it's not a competition. But if it was... I haven't won at the moment, but I used to. I used to eat a lot of chocolate. Sorry! I nudged you. Did you enjoy the nudge? My bad. Wasn't my intention. Also, there's another scale done. Are they making a Dragon Age anime? I did not know that. I played the one Dragon game. Ooh! That'd be kind of cool. I'd be up for that. Okay. What I am gonna do though, listen, I very much enjoyed stream, but I am recovering from a migraine, so we're not going to go really, really long today. We're going to end it there. I actually feel fine right now. I just don't want to push I'm going to a picnic tomorrow, and I want to enjoy picnic. So I'm gonna take it a bit easier for the rest of the day. However, let me show you what we've done so far in this section of the costume. We have, of course, our big ones here. Oh, sorry. There you go. And here, are they forwards? I think so. And what we have started to do is get the bits that will go over the top of these. Probably not in this order, but like, you get the idea. These go at the bottom like they do in the reference image, but they do end up being at the top, as well as 2 from the back, which are 2 extra, and then we got 4 more to cover the back side. This is where we're at so far, and I'm really pleased. I actually used 2 different sequins, so these ones are the slightly paler gold, and these ones are the more yellowy gold. I think you can see it on the camera, but just to make it look like these are more in the background than these ones, because the brighter gold kind of brings it to the forefront. So yes, that's where we're at, and that's where we're gonna leave it today. The Vaseline orange is the new black. Oh, okay. Oh, sitting on the floor hurts my butt. I need to do some yoga or something. Yeah, yoga's meant to be good for you. Oh dear, thank you, George. And thank you, Bird. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're pretty close to finishing this course. Oh. How did I... Is there a shortcut on the keyboard to do that? Oh. Thank you, Scorpions. Right. Should we find someone to pop you all towards? Let's see. Who is live right now? I've probably got a few people because it's a Tuesday. And there's always a few people on a Tuesday. There we go. Oh, wait. I showed the wrong one. There you go. All right. Who's doing stuff? Oh. Okay, how about... Are you guys okay with going and visiting Sheba if... Oh, I think Sheba speaks some English. Oh no, damn it. Does Sheba speak English or no? It doesn't matter. You know what? Heck it. Sheba is another person who has entered TwitchCon. So we are going to send some love towards Sheba. They're making, by the way, the best League of Legends character, which is Gwen, of course. Because Gwen has the big old scissors and looks like a doll. God damn it, Jelly! God damn it! There we go, we got it. Tuesday, it is Tuesday. Oh, thank you, Anime. I appreciate it. Look, we're gonna send some love towards. Oh, I need to update the mic bot. That's okay. Towards Sheba, because Sheba has also entered TwitchCon, making the best character from League of Legends in my personal opinion. The tournament arc, heck yeah! Do send them a lot of love. Technically, we're all entering the same competition, but it's so cool to see other cosplayers entering the same thing. Send them love, only love. We're not being competitive here. We're just like, yes. So I'm gonna send you all over there. Hopefully it's all okay and they don't mind too much. I know normally they speak in French, I believe. Hopefully they don't mind us popping in. If not, we can at least watch them crafting. But yeah, have a lovely day, everyone. I'll probably see you on Thursday, maybe tomorrow. But yeah, take care. Let's go over to Sheba.